Prior to the lunch break, we were at second reading and committal of bills. We were debating a bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing the 1st of July 2023 and ending the 3rd of June 2024. I presume that we are now ready to proceed. Prior to us proceeding with this afternoon session, we have some visitors in the gallery, which I would like to welcome because it's always a pleasure to have visitors to the gallery. The first person I would like to, the chair extends a warm welcome to is Ryan Munnings. Mr. Munnings, can you please stand? Mr. Munnings is a member of the 2023 graduating class of CV Bethel. He's a youth member of Parliament for Fort Charlotte. He's a member of the Bahamas Gentlemen's Club, and Ryan aspires to be an attorney at law. Thank you for coming, Ryan. The Senate, the President also welcomes our group of young men, distinguished young men, from an organization called Next Gen. Next Gen is a young man mentorship program headed by our very own Senator Ronald Duncombe. The purpose of the mentorship program is to mentor young men between the ages of 14 and 18 from a single mother household. And as the young people say, this is powerful. 14 to 18 from a single, so you have to be from a single mother household in order to join the program. And as we know, single mothers need all of the assistance they can possibly get. The program will equip young men with financial literacy, life skills, local and international relationships for leadership. Accordingly, I hereby welcome the following young men, and as I call your name, I would like for you to please stand. And as they stand, I'll mention the area or the constituency that they're from, so that you see that we have a wide cross-section of persons who are part of this program. Brandon Roll from Cat Island. Alexia Miller from Angliston. Colin Simmons from Garden Hills. Tayshawn Albury from Nassau Village. Brandon Smith from Freetown. He's not here with us today. Jaden Taylor from Centerville. Saquon Roll from South Andros. Oh yeah. And Ashad Miller from Kalani. Also missing is Dominic North Jr. from Yamakroa. And Senator Duncombe, I must commend you from ensuring that our Family Island young men are also included in this program. That's highly commendable, and we thank you for moving outside of the city limits of Nassau. Accompanying the young man today is the director of Next Gen, Sharice Roll. We also have another director and their consular, Bishop Cox, Lester Cox. Bishop Lester Cox, thank you for coming. And also the manager for Regal Event Management Group, Anna Strawn. And thank you all so much for coming to the gallery. And I hope that you have our educational experience in the Senate gallery today. Thank you once again. As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Ronald Duncombe.
All right. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam President. Good afternoon, Bahamas. Today to speak in this place is indeed a blessing from the Almighty. This second budget of the PLP's administration, in my own words, is solid as a rock. With its allocations focusing on the youth of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Madam President, I publicly acknowledge my profound gratitude to the many volunteers who have given their service to continuously work by me in the Kalani constituency in maintaining an active community service. Within the last 2 months, we have done some extraordinary work. We did contributions in support of the Gambia Schools Jubilee Day as we celebrated our 50th independence performance by the students of the school who were indeed outstanding. Yeah, they do deserve a clap for that, for sure. We hosted our first job fair in Kalani, which was held at Gambia School for the residents of Gambia in particular, and other persons within the constituency. And I must say that that very day, we, on the spot, hired some 25 young boys and girls into the community, and that was a deal outstanding. I want to say congratulations to all of you and all the residents of Kalani and those from other constituencies who took the time to come out, and I thank you for meeting you. Also, Madam President, on the 12th of June, we recognize our mothers throughout the Kalani constituency by distributing a sentimental token of appreciation. And then on the 1st of June, we held a community cleaning program in the area of Kalani, where we were able to assist senior citizens with help getting their yard manicured and maintained. I want to personally thank Mr. Omar Thurston and Everett Thurston for their time, their talent, their people, their equipment, who really stepped in and helped those senior citizens in Kalani. And for the 18th of June, we recognize those men who are also father in the constituency of Kalani, that taking the time to take care of their kids. And we also gave a token of appreciation for those fathers inside the area. A special recognition to all of the community leaders of Kalani. I want to thank Ms. Dorethia Stubbs, who is the CEO of Excalibur Christian School, which is located in Tropical Gardens. And this school was established in 2006 by Ms. Stubbs, and it was designed to aid children with special learning ability. So we want to commend her and her team for I talk about extraordinary work inside that area, and they should be commended, folks, for their extraordinary work. Lastly, on behalf of the Kalani community, wish to send special prayers to Bishop Cleveland Mitchell of the Cathedral of Praise Church of God, whose 19-year-old daughter has suddenly taken ill, and it was very, very sudden, and we want to let him know that our prayers are with him in this difficult time. 19, it was very, I couldn't even imagine. It's indeed an honor being the PLP representative for Kalani today, and we will continue to bring a new day in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Like that one, huh? I especially, Madam President, want to highlight today that the Davis administration has provided essential funding in the budget for a National Youth Guard program. This amalgamation of the efforts of national security and youth development is certainly groundbreaking. By investing in this program, the young individuals who successfully complete it were not only supporting their personal growth and development, but we are also investing in the future and security of our nation. The National Youth Guard is a youth program focused on equipping young people from all islands with the necessary tools to assist the nation by supporting private and public agencies during national emergencies and emergencies such as national disasters. This program targets young adults between 18 and 25 who believe in giving service to their nation. It will give the participants the opportunity to gain technical skills such as computer, response, and team certification, boat captain license, training, risk management, disaster management, conversational training, soft skills, and physical training. The Davis administration should be applauded for this decision to invest in the development and empowerment of young Bahamians while ensuring much needed support for emergency services as the need arises. Through this program, we can establish a long and capable group of young individuals who are equipped to provide aid and support to both the private and public agencies in time of disasters. I do believe, Madam President, that history will reflect that this investment will yield great results and will produce great leaders for the years to come. This budget allocation is another tangible result of good governance and good leadership. As I continue to speak in support, Madam President, of this landmark budget and this administration's focus on the development of youth within this country, I want to take the time to speak of my own vision for young men and women of our nation. And Madam President, I personally want them all to dream big. Yes, my esteemed colleagues in this honorable Senate, I'm here to talk about one of the most important topics that needs discussing, which is youth development. The youth is the future of any nation, and it is imperative that their holistic development is taken care of. It is essential to provide them with resources, opportunities, and guidance to bring out the best in them. I can confidentially say that this administration is following our outlined 10-point plan for change. This budget demonstrates that we have promised in point number 7, which is investing in young Bahamians. I would like to focus on an important aspect of youth development, that is the empowerment of young men. Young men are an essential part of our society and are often faced with various challenges and struggle while growing up. Empowering these young men means giving them the tools and resources to overcome these challenges and to achieve their full potential. This leads me to introduce to you Next Gen, or Next Generation, the Next Gen Mentorship Program for young men. This program was formed and designed to precisely develop young men from the islands of the Bahamas, family islands included, from a single mother household between the ages of 14 through 18. And as a boy growing up in Nassau, the Bahamas, from a single mother household, I can tell you that I can say that today I'm the poster child for what some of the things these young men are going through in this household. Yeah. You have to understand that a mother who works, taking care of the household, taking care of the children, something's gonna have to give. And the Achilles heel is if you are smart and independent at an early age, that you can take care of yourself, mommy kind of leave you by yourself to manage yourself. It's no excuse that a father's not in the house, but there came a time when I recognized growing up, if there was a program that was in place, that I could have had a brotherhood or be around other leading men in the country to sit down and guide me and navigate me through these issues in life, what would a glorious day that would be? So I want to go on to let you know that these young men, despite their achievements, Madam President, development has become much more challenging in the present scenario than it was decades ago. There's increase in globalization, population, and technical advancement has brought a change in the dynamics of youth development. The youth's interests and aspirations are much different now. They were as they were in the past. This digitalization has made them innovative, creative, and critical thinkers. We must make a special effort to mold their personalities and ensure that they are given the necessary tools to strive and rise above their expectations. Positive reinforcement of their efforts to be productive and respectful citizens for this country is very essential. So here are the goals we want to have and mission for Next Gen. My esteemed Senator, do you mind holding the poster for me, please? Sure. Poster and all today, you can see. Okay, put the rest of them down, good. So as you can see, our vision at Next Gen is to equip a group of distinguished young men with financial literacy, life skills, local and international relationship, building for leadership. Our vision is that we are committed to fostering a community of socially responsible young men and community-focused leaders who are dedicated to making a positive impact on their communities and the world at large. It's very important that these leaders understand the importance of giving back to their communities at a very, very early age. Character development, Madam President, vision development, how to deal with conflict and communicate effectively are just some of the essential components for empowering young men. NextGen helps to create strong, well-rounded, and respected individuals who will become positive role models for future generations. Madam President, this leads me into the selection process for the NextGen program. And I firmly believe that in partnership, especially the right partnership, is essential to yield the best results. So when we got to the point, working along with Ms. Roll and Bishop Lester Cox, and how we want to advance, and the good senator said, I thought all of them was from Kalani. I wouldn't be that selfish, because this is bigger than just a constituency. We need to make sure that all the islands of the Bahamas, all those boys, whether it's Exuma, Freeport, Abaco, we're coming your way, Senator. We're coming your way. Everybody coming your way. This program is a 10-month program, so this is entry or class 2023. So every year, we will ensure that it circulates so that we can build a brotherhood, be able to network, and show how to be the best that they all could be as young men for our country. So what we did was sent an invitation out to the members of Parliament that we knew for the first level of the session was to who have the expertise, the time, the talent, and the resources to pour into the program. Can you pull up the next slide, please? So what you're about to see is, for this entry, these are the current members of Parliament who are able to have the time, the resources, and the expertise, who are partnered with NextGen, who are partners and mentors for the NextGen program. So once we had the consultation, that's all right. You're looking at the next member of Parliament for Kalani. That's why you don't see him there. All right. So we've had the consultation. They've committed to the time, and there you have it. The first level of the mentorship program for the NextGen. So these members of Parliament had the most difficult task ever to go in their various constituencies and find, based on our criteria, must be 14 through 18, single household, and your boy must be someone who doesn't need to be pushed. He doesn't need to be pushed. He's already demonstrated leadership role beforehand. All right? So once those names were submitted, we sat down with the boy or the young leader first to make sure that this is something that he wanted to do, because we have to understand that we can't push someone into leadership, someone that wants it. And then once we had the conversation with the young leader, we then spoke with the parent, because the young parent needed to understand what is we trying to achieve, whether it was not political, whether I can trust my child to be informed. And we had the conversation. It was good that I was able to connect with the parents, that I was one of those boys that you have. And there are some things, no disrespect to even my mother, who I love dearly, who's still on this earth. Mommy, you could not show me. I needed a man to guide me, all right? Always. Only man could grow up man to be a man. I'm just taking nothing against from the ladies in this place at all right? So all the mothers that I saw were humbled and grateful for the opportunity, so they can have a partner to help them to get the best for their boy child. And they understood that it's not me being the single person pouring into their boy child. I'm just one of the agents who's going to help them based on their field and their career and where they are in their life. Today, NextGen is not equipped to deal with boys who are troubled. We are here to deal with the boys who want to seek to be high flyers. So we know our expertise. Madam President, so let me pull the card and introduce to the Bahamas, and to you, Madam President, there are 10 boys. Next slide, please. There we are. So all the way from Cat Island, all the way Cat Island, we get Mr. Brandon Roberts. Next, we have Jaden Taylor from Angliston, who is still currently in Atlanta. Colin Simmons from Garden Hills. Brandon Smith, Dominic Jr. from Yamacraw, Alexio Miller, Saquon Roll, Tayshawn Aubrey, and Ashad Miller, the class of 2023. Madam President, this class of 2023 is a very diverse group of young men. Their goal range from being in the Marines, culinary arts, finance, we're talking about in the fitness, in the STEM. I just learned what STEM meant. It's science, technology, engineering, and mathematics.
Okay, there you go.
He said it's so free, like I'm doing STEM. I go, okay, STEM, okay. Yeah. Madam President, as outlined, pardon me? Yeah, of course they're teaching me. We're learning from each other. The 10-point plan of the PLB that talks about diversity to the economics, it makes mention of the orange, the blue, and the green economy. These next-gen leaders will help pave the way forward to our nation. Their commitment to change and their ability to leverage new opportunities and adapt to evolving global trends will unlock immense potential for economic diversity, job creation, and sustainable development in our country. So at NextGen, we recognize that the most important ingredient would be achieving these young men with global exposure and partnership. Therefore, we partnered with Steve Marjorie Harvey Foundation, who has been doing mentorship for young boys for over 14 years. So Mr. Harvey, who I've known for over a decade, has always frequented the islands back and forth. And some of the dialogues we always had about where he came from and the power he saw in empowering young boys, same thing from a single household, and how once you would sit down with them and find out their why, how impactful they can be. So for the first time in 14 years of this program, the Bahamas was graciously accepted as the first international country to participate in the Steve Harvey program, the first ever. That is definitely profound. This year, there were over 10,000 applicants that applied for a spot at this program, and only 200 spots were available for this particular year. And the Bahamas acquired 10. Could you imagine? 10 out of 200. I want to thank Steve Harvey, the founder of the program, Sharon Page, the executive director, and Coach Blue Coaklip. These individuals were really, really kind and forthcoming to assist to have our Bahamian next-gen leaders to be a part of this program and get the exposure. So, Madam President, on June 13 to the 19th, we went off to Atlanta to be a part of the experience with the Steve Harvey Mentorship Program. So we took all of the boys. Bishop Lester Cox came, Miss Strawn, Miss Smiley, Miss Roll came too. All right, I even got the blessing from my wife, said you can go too. I did not realize that Father's Day was that week too. So there you have it. I'm Father's Day, we're in Atlanta with Cox. It was unreal. Like 10 new sons, I'm telling you. So, I mean, first time we've done it, it was truly, truly an experience. And what really made the team proud, as you saw go back to the members of Parliament slide, there's one female there, even though it was be a boys club, Madam President. Glennis Adam Martin is right up there. And when she got the call, she called over from where we had the program saying, how's my boy doing? How's it going? Checking on our boy. In fact, 3 days out, we had the Minister of State for Education. He flew in also to be a part of the program and brought support to the boys. So on Father's Day, we had Bishop Lester Cox, Minister of State Zane Lightburn, and myself on Father's Day with our newfound leaders fathering them. So that was certainly profound and record-breaking, and they deserve some kind of acknowledgement for that. Madam President, the experience these young boys had was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and I'm sure in the future you'll see clips coming out that their life was certainly changed. I mean, they were encouraged with the workshop to try something new. This is the first time I heard bass fishing. For you fishermen, whatever bass fishing is, I heard that. yeah, bass fishing. Yeah, there was an 18-year-old, and they could have more detail than I have it, who was an expert in bass fishing and have his sponsors and his boat, and it was a whole big thing on bass fishing. They did polo for the first time I'm hearing. I mean, it was just an amazing experience they had. So I'm proud to report, Madam President, that the class of 2023 represented this country well. Everybody knew the Bahama Boys. That's what it's called, the Bahama Boys. If you go and Google any search engine right now on social media with Steve Harvey, you would see our Bahama Boys being exposed, and they really represented us well. So here are some of the notable achievements other than that. In this 5-day camp, selected by Mr. Miguel Wilson, who's renowned in the polo arena, based on the performance by two of our next-gen person, gave them the certification to become ambassadors for polos within the Bahamas, within this region, two of our next-gen boys. And that's Ashad Miller and Tayshawn Albury. Yeah. Oh, there's more. Another groundbreaking thing that happened at the Steve Harvey camp for 14 years. They have this 40-meter dash.
Don't tell me who win that.
Oh, 40-meter dash. The record is now 4.9 seconds. It's been shattered by Ashad Miller from Next Gen. Yeah, I'm telling you. Yeah. I think he's from Kalani, but I'm only saying. More to come. Because of the social interaction and the mindset of our young boys at this camp during their conversation with the other mentors, Ashad Miller and Colin Simmons got $50,000 each as stipend for their business adventure.
Okay. Which one is Rashad?
No, yeah, it shows you. Yes, they need to be commended. It shows you that even at a very young age, based on where they are, articulating their business plan, that person saw something in them that if we just allowed them to get their capital for their business, this is, she said, powerful. The Bahama boys made us proud. And last but not least, next slide, please. Madam President, I would be remorse if I did not stop and pause to thank the Bahamas Consulate General Office in Atlanta, under the leadership of Anthony Moss, for bringing such an amazing host with him and his team. I'm talking about Vice Consul Hawley Pierce and Vice Consul Duran Sanders. I think we was there for 7 days. They probably slept after the 8th day because we had them up every time doing, they was just amazing. We certainly experienced diplomat hospitality at its best by this team. We need to commend them for the time and effort they did to make sure our boys got well taken care of. I also want to turn, this will be another slide there, please, on this medal. Is that it? Correct, yes. This medal here to my military brother, Darren. This medal here, it talks about a prestigious coin that covers communication from the signal of the Army for a particular baton that talks about exceptional service and achievement, that only 3 are given out at the camp of 200 boys, and our next gen boys got 2 out of the 3. Yeah, wow. Ashad Miller and Tayshawn Albury. Oh, yeah. So I only could say that I am profoundly happy that our Prime Minister and my parliamentary colleagues understand the value in investing in our youths.
They understood the assignment.
Yes, she sure did. That's what real leadership produces. Tangible results. I'm especially pleased to announce that in this budget, we have also allocated funding for a school for the creative arts and for creative and performing arts, which takes us a step closer to fulfilling the dreams of many and key promises to make our election campaign a reality. A few weeks ago, I was privileged to join the Prime Minister for Nassau Village as he broke ground on a state-of-the-art community center in his constituency by Jamal Strawn. I'm pleased to share that many more of these centers are to come. Funding for construction and renovation of community centers in the inner city areas of the Providence are in this budget. These community centers are to become beacons of positive reinforcements for the youth of our country. Outreach programs, civic organizations, and NGOs will have safe haven and equipped facilities to carry out their community work. Our youth will have safe and equipped environments to thrive and grow. Madam President, these senators bring the social outreach resources and programs of our government directly to the community. We want to make sure that the community feels the growth of what's happening inside the islands of the Bahamas. The other slide, please. This one here was very, very important because while we were in Atlanta, while we reflect our importance, we can clearly see and acknowledge the many Bahamians who impacted the world through their contributions around the creative arts. So therefore, it was important to take the Next Gen team and the young leaders to the Martin Luther King Center to show them the impact of the late Sir Lyndon Oscar Pindling, the father of our nation, who was showcased as one of the International Civics Walks of Fame. We showed his footprint, which clearly indicates that even though we can come from all the way from Nassau, Bahamas, our legacy through civic rights can be worldwide renowned. Madam President, if we want a strong foundation for our nation's future and growth and well-being, we must invest in our youth. By investing in our youth, we will have the opportunity to strive in more productive, prosperous, and sustainable way. A developed nation where youth is empowered, we will have a brighter and a better future. I'm forever grateful to Prime Minister Davis, who trusted me and bestowed me with the opportunity to represent the government in this honorable place, and for recognizing in this budget, youth development is the responsibility of all of us. So my good Senator Penfield and Raming and all the Senate men in this place today, when I do make the call for you to come on board to help and mentor our young men of this country, I expect to say, I'm on board. I'm on board. And the good Madam President said, we'll definitely call on the women, simply because we've recognized in this program that the mothers need fellowship and guidance to now, because once you have this 14 to 18-year-old boy with this new learning and this new exposure, you're going to need them to be managed. Because nothing worse is to give a boy the exposure, the experience, and the roadmap to manhood, and he's still being kept as a young man. This is very, very important. So there is a space for the expert of making sure that the women are growing this process too. So and with this budget, which I support wholeheartedly, let's work together, provide opportunities, and create a supportive environment for our youth so we can build a better future for our nation. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Ronald Duncombe, for your contribution, and congratulations once again on the establishment of Next Gen. And we're looking forward to future progress in this area. As many, the chair recognizes Senator Honorable James Roll Turner.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you. Today is a wonderful day. You know, I see young men coming in here, and I got to tell you that I've been observing what the women of our country has been doing, and let the record reflect that it has been nothing short of fantastic. I mean, when you look at Bahamian women, they are truly the combination of what greatness ought to be, with beauty, with brains, and they know when to pay attention to men that have money. So young men, let that be lesson number one.
Get somebody.
But in all sincerity, I am so pleased to see these young men today. Because when you look at the graduations and you see so many young women coming out, you go around the University of the Bahamas, you see so many young women. And now I hear of Bamsi with so many young women doing good things. Oh, men. Oh, wonderful. And then I see this group of young men. And I tell you, there was a time when we spoke about coming from a single parent family as if it was, some disadvantage. But the reality is Bahamian women are so strong and they have done such a good job that we very rarely see any deficiencies in our young men coming from single member families. So it's good to see you young men. And I always want you to keep your shoulders high. When you can leave this little island and go into the great United States of America and come back with something, you know you've done a good thing.
Yes, sir.
To my Senate colleagues, it is always a pleasure to see all of you every time we get together. I am so thankful that we started together, we're still together. It's just a wonderful thing. And if my eyes doth not deceive me, every single one of you look very prosperous.
Yep.
So God has certainly been good to you.
Amen.
Madam President, I observed various elements of the budget presentation, and I will say that I was pleased to read and hear commitments made and those being made to ensure the security in various facets and progress of the nation. This country we all know and love as the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Firstly, I observed the thrust to ensure that our borders and people are secure. This is a big task, Madam President. And surely we acknowledge today that it is very evident that today's government is up to the task. We saw and continue to witness the recruitment of additional police officers, Bahamas immigration officers, defense force officers. As this budget is presented, we saw further evidence of investments in border control to ensure that we reduce the influx of illegal migrants, which continues to be an age-old vexing problem. Now, when I mention illegal immigrants, I'm not just speaking of Haitian nationals, but since I know that that may be on the minds of many, I want to remind folks that we have a responsibility to an extent. We have a responsibility to help those who may not be able to always help themselves. This, Madam President, is a big deal because we have to be careful with what we do, and we have to make sure that what we do is done in an appropriate manner. When I recognize that those who are associated with this task were reaching out to their regional and international counterparts, I was pleased because I know that they would certainly be exposed to best practices. Because even as we talk about this budget, we talk about our borders, there are all sorts of thoughts, there are all sorts of ideas. But in most cases, there is a right way to do things. The evidence is clear that we must play a role in our region and encourage international partnerships to help that nation. Much can be done with various alliances, but when we consider the addition of 4 more vessels for the Bahamas Defense Force, and when we acknowledge the placement of additional police motorcycles and other vehicles, among other aids, surely one has to acknowledge that the direction of this budget is good for our country. In fact, Madam President, let me say a mild shout out to the good men of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, the Defense Force, and the Bahamas immigration officers, because they have been holding the line despite things not being perfect. We know that we have so much more to do, but they are certainly holding the line and doing a good job. As I see the advancement of the Shantytown Task Force, it tells me that what is being discussed is not just political poetry, but rather a commitment to an appropriate resolution to a long-term problem. In fact, I was further pleased just to see the way the folks are organizing themselves. It was good to see a commitment in this budget to make sure that they can interact appropriately with their international counterparts. When I saw that, I said to myself, surely this is good money. This is monies that is being spent appropriately, allocated appropriately. Madam President, we see that with the budget advancement, the commitment to continue with the National Youth Development Programs and the National Disaster Preparedness Programs, this budget speaks of moving forward in a progressive manner that impacts us, the citizens, the people, and the residents of the Bahamas. The overall global economy, and similarly the economy of the Bahamas, is showing signs of improvement, although there is still much work to be done to fully recover from the challenges of yesteryear and those troubling episodes. I committed in my preparation that I will speak to that which is relevant to the average man, because quite frankly, I am not counted among the financially fat, nor the crafty, nor the greedy, or the deceitful, but rather I reside among God's common people, and as such my thoughts and comments will reside in those quarters. Businesses all over the Bahamas are rebounding, and that's a good thing. However, Grand Bahama remains a bit sluggish, but we are dedicated toward a much-needed rebound. The fact is that Grand Bahama's economy is not as strong as we desire, but it continues to contribute now at about 12% to the overall GDP of the Bahamas. This tells us that there is an enormous amount of work yet to be done to ensure that the nation's second city return to where it ought to be. Madam President, the budget presentation is sound, because even in education, the positive beat continues. I have been attending a few graduations, and I have seen firsthand how the Ministry of Education, despite the imperfections, have advanced a good amount of recovery in our schools since the period of the pandemic disadvantages. I saw allocations for the continuance of scholarships and amounts to ensure that long-deserving persons are made permanent being advanced. And again, I say I am pleased with this administration thus far. All across this country, Bahamians and potential investors alike watch tourism and its administrators very carefully, because we know that tourism remains the goose that lays the golden eggs. All over the country, tourism is in a good rebound, and Bahamians are generally pleased. This is a good thing. We know that this budget speaks of a revitalized airport facility for Grand Bahama and several of the family islands. And this is certainly needed and shows that our country's leaders and administrators are in tune with the times. We know that the government of the Bahamas has signed a deal to ensure that Grand Bahamas International Airport is presented new. This will certainly cause for the days of attractiveness and modern efficiencies to once again return to Grand Bahama. How does one complain about that when we know what is required? Now we know that these are work in progress, but the financial commitments are made. We also know that the legal edits, and I will tell you, Madam President, if ever there was a one time I could take all of these lawyers and put them in one basket and tie them up for a while, this would be the time. Because I would simply allow the construction crew to move forward and do the things that are required to present the airport. But alas, we would know the reality is legal edits are required in order to move forward appropriately. And to protect me. Spoken like a woman, huh? No doubt these things, when the airport is presented, will become game changers for Grand Bahama. Certainly, once again, this budget takes us in the right direction. One of the most astounding things in life is that a lack of reinvestment following natural disasters and product neglect can lead to depths of deterioration that causes you to have to work harder. And this is the type of thing that is very evident in Grand Bahama. But what we seem to have today, in today's leadership, is a wise and compassionate leader whose courage is quite evident in the person of the country's Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip Brave Davis. Grand Bahama has had some benefits of the presence of the Grand Bahama Port Authority over the years, since its early days. But we are in an ever-changing world nowadays, and therefore in business, we must be prepared to react and even change if necessary. A definition of insanity is to repeatedly, year after year, do the same thing, expecting a different result. This is why, as I hear the noise in the market, one must respect the many calls of those that suggest that perhaps the time has come to make changes that should affect Grand Bahama far more positively versus what exists and has been inherited from an earlier era. They tell me that the times are yet tough and the world has tightened its proverbial belt. But even with all of the financial contractions imagined, the Bahamas have secured over $1 billion in new investments, and this is still growing. This is why, despite many galleries, our leaders must go both far and near and continue to let the world know that we are open for business, and this despite things imagined. Madam President, I shared earlier with my colleagues, and now I will share with you, that I do support this budget because it also supports Bahamian businesses. I saw the allocations of funds to help Bahamian-owned businesses and the introduction of the national trade policy. In fact, I ought to tell you that I really hadn't intended to say much about agriculture, but this budget even addresses increased support of the agriculture and food security matter, the expansion of BAMSI's farmers market, new equipment to help farmers, fishing port programs to help local fishermen, and the expansion of the Golden Egg program are just a few. Madam President, the Department of Public Personnel and Public Service did a very honorable thing several months back when they adjusted some salaries and adjusted some job placements to many deserving public servants. But with the new budget presentation, I realized that they didn't just have pleasantries with the public servants while on a political honeymoon, but rather their presentation in this budget shows that there is now a full marriage between the public servants, many unions, and the people of the Bahamas. We all know that the honeymoon can be a good time, but the real marriage is after the initial exploration becomes familiar. From what I see in the budget, the Minister for the Public Service and his team are likened unto a great Bahamian man. We take care of our country folk and some others to ensure that all is well in our land. Those are the hallmarks of great Bahamians. Madam President, everyone deserves to have a home, you know. And that has nothing to do with affiliation. The need was seen for affordable housing. The need was also seen that hurricane-impacted areas required more care. And yes, both are being addressed in this new budget. We also know that over the past year or so, new homes were built and keys turned over. But my mother always says, never mind how they start, watch how they progress. See how they move along. And my gosh, I gotta say, the progression is sure looking good. Say what you will, but the truth is, New Providence got theirs with the presentation of several new homes. Abaco is getting theirs now, and I saw from the budget suggestions that there are other islands that are about to also receive homes. So this is good. My. What a time for the people of this country. This new budget is showing us that no one will be left behind. I don't often speak about health matters in our country because it is such a complex matter loaded with emotional energy. From the immediate post-Doreen era, when loved ones' remains were unceremoniously placed in storage containers, to the ever-present matter of Bahamian obesity, to a number of chronic illnesses associated with diets and lifestyles, is really a troubling thing to discuss. But alas, we cannot put our head in the sand and pretend as if these things do not exist. We saw, with the budget presentation, allocations to health, and we were pleased. But you know, one can always say there's always more that health needs. But I would always remind folks that the journey of 1,000 steps always begins with one. And this budget sets us well on the way. The hospital for Grand Bahama is also not lost in all of the commitments. It seems that on every occasion we speak about it. And that's the way it should be, because whenever there is good news, we ought to spend time speaking of it. The commitment to the construction of this facility has been made, and again we see a team reflecting that commitment. I again so long for the day when Grand Bahamians and Northern Bahamians don't need to travel south to go get standard care and deal with fairly common ailments. But this budget again moves us closer in that direction when that day becomes a reality with the presentation of a much better facility in the Northern Bahamas. Grand Bahamians must work, and they must work hard and fast for the island's recovery. But this budget demonstrates that we have a government that has not abandoned the island of Grand Bahama. They have identified and committed to the government playing a large role in the island's economic restoration. And at a time such as this, all hands need to be on deck. This year marks the 50th year anniversary of the wonderful nation, our nation, this Bahamas. And all over these islands, we are prepared to celebrate. The black, the white, male, female, all of the islands are ready to celebrate. This budget comes as confirmation that no Bahamian will be left behind. So there's yet another reason for us to celebrate in this 50th year. Madam President, I take a deep breath. But Madam President, since I'm declaring in this budget debate, let me also declare that I ought to tell you I have a message I want to send to my fellow Grand Bahamians. And I want to do so in the presence of their national peers. Grand Bahama, oh Grand Bahama. Some may say you're from Grand Bahama after all these years of neglect, disappointment, and moving at a slow pace since Dorian. You ought to be tired and you ought to be somewhat weary. Well, in the words of a certain songwriter, I also declare to Grand Bahamians that we don't feel no ways tired. We've come too far from where we've started from. Nobody told us that the road to recovery was going to be easy. But one of the things we know for sure and believe is that we didn't come this far to be left behind. Madam President, I pray that God will always guide this little nation called the Bahamas and this land that we love. I also stand and confirm that I am in full support of this budget 2023-24. I pray that God will always bless our land, known as the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And I say thank you for the opportunity, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution, Senator the Honorable James Roll Turner. As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Maxine Seymour.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam President. Madam President, as with two of my previous colleagues, I would like to congratulate all those who would have graduated this school year. Special congratulations to Camelia and to Rika and to Ryan here with us today, and to all the other graduates across the Commonwealth of the Bahamas as they start whatever is the next phase of their lives. May their gifts make room for them. I too spoke at a graduation, Madam President. It was at Pace Christian Academy. And among other things, I reminded the students of their ability to do great things. And I told them that, people often look to the bigger schools or to certain kids for leadership. But when the prophet Samuel went to Jesse in Bethlehem to anoint one of his sons, Jesse pulled out all the sons, Madam President, and paraded them before Samuel. And, Samuel figured that must be was it, but he was like, it can't be it. And he was like, you sure you don't have any more sons? And the son that Jesse didn't even think would be who he was looking for was exactly who he was looking for. And we all know the story, and that was David. And so I want to welcome Next Gen, and I want to remind them that, just like I told the students at Pace Christian Academy, that your future is bright, and that indeed God has that future planned for you. And that's a future to prosper you, to give you hope and a future. And the reality is that some persons just like you, and before I even go there, let's just be clear. The way God designed family is for a father and a mother to be in the home raising the children. And as Senator Duncan would have pointed out, there are certain things that mothers just can't do. And there are certain roles that fathers play in a home. And I actually hope and pray that these mentees one day will be able to father children in marriage and to be in that home with those children so that they can have a different experience from what you had when you were growing up. However, the reality is that some of us don't have the privilege of having our fathers in the home for whatever reason. And so persons like you, persons like Senator Duncombe, persons like me. But the reality is it's not where you start, but it's where you finish. And so you, like so many other children in this society who come from homes with single mothers, don't use that as an excuse to be wayward in any way or to be disadvantaged, because you do have persons like Senator Duncombe, who I would have told you is a decent human being, a good man. His politics is just bad. You know, the reality is he's a good person. And so we commend him for starting out this next gen mentorship program and for all the work that he is doing. And we hope when he gets his next class going that perhaps we could see a young man from Marcos City or St. Anne's or St. Barnabas as a part of the program. Yes, and so continue to do what you're doing. You're doing a great job. Madam President, this budget that we have here today simply does not address the pressing issues that the people of the Bahamas face. It is a budget that leaves the ordinary citizen behind, a budget that leaves women behind. The primary challenge is that the priorities of the PLP administration are simply not aligned with those of the people, and I find that quite perplexing. This budget is designed for some to prosper while others perish. It is painful and pathetic. Instead of purposefully provisioning for inflation and implementing policies and practices to advance the ease of doing business, this budget is about positioning publicists to coordinate photo ops so the public can stay trapped in the PLP's pandemic of pretense, and that's where they want us to be. Pitifully, Madam President, the poor are paying for the New Day pleasure. It's as if our head of state is a sheik or top celebrity, and collectively we have to finance his upkeep, maintenance, and image. The budget spares no means in covering the office of the Prime Minister and paying for parties and planes, but the PLP, Madam President, put all their penny-pinching skills to use in areas like social services. This budget spares no means, Madam President, in allotting funds for pomp and pageantry, funds for politicians to eat pig pastries, all while purchasing power is down and power bills are up, which makes it difficult for people to provide for themselves and their families. And if this persists, Madam President, the potential of the average Bahamian to pursue prosperity and to achieve their goals of academic success will be diminished. Meanwhile, like I said, the good minister and his colleagues, they went to work, and they put all their little penny-pinching skills to work, boy, when it came to shaving off that social services budget. Did a good job there, Minister, I must say. You managed to cut that down. But you know, the reality is the money has to come from somewhere, Madam President. If there are limited resources and you want to spend in one area, then you might have to take from another area. A total of $6.4 million for independence celebrations, and that's not even counting the sponsors or the funds from ticketed events, so I really don't even know what the real price is. So here it is now, they took $5.8 million from social services. You do the math. As the shadow minister for social services, my primary concern is with those heads, Madam President. The social services allocations directly impact the lives of the most vulnerable, the people who need our love and support as they transition through difficult times. The women, Madam President, the children, persons with disabilities, the everyday families. For the life of me, Madam President, I cannot make sense of Head 44, the Department of Social Services. The PLP, yes, the same PLP, or the exact same one, like we say locally, whose second point of the 10-point plan and the blueprint for change promises compassionate social relief, right there on page 8. Look it up. It's a flashy publication. And thank you very much for that. What is compassionate about pillaging the public purse, spending $3 million in 9 months on ceremonies and events, and budgeting another $3.4 million this year, while penny pinching on social services, reducing the food assistance program by $1.3 million? Is feeding less people a way of providing compassionate social relief? What is compassionate about reducing subsistence support of persons by over $2.4 million, Madam President? Emergency desk assistance has been reduced by over $2.1 million. That's a total of 5.8. Times are hard. Life is rough. More and more people find themselves in hard times as the cost of food increases and electricity bills get higher. Why take funds from the emergency desk of all places? No one knows when there will be a fire or some other challenge and people will have to go to social services for support. I mean, here it is now, head 14, the Office of the Prime Minister. Advertising and public notices line got an increase by $337,088 to get them all the way to $2.7 million. That's a lot of advertising, Madam President, if I may say so myself, especially with special rated ZNS and economical rates on social media. Like, I guess it's to pay for all those ads of the PM that keep coming up on my timeline. Everywhere I turn, every time I go on social media, Madam President, there's the Prime Minister hugging children, laughing with children. You name it, he is doing it. It's like he's on an all-out campaign to be elected as PM. I don't really think he got the memo and realized that he actually won and that he is the PM. I guess he's going for that second term, but that's not going to happen, Madam President. So are they suggesting, Madam President, that PR, and that's public relations, not people relations, is more important than helping families in an emergency? How do you cut the emergency line item on head 44, but increase advertising under head 14? Still count solid priorities, Madam President. On another note, Madam President, if our honorable Prime Minister would fly less and drive more, he would come to realize that we are forced to drive on roads that are polka dotted with potholes that pose a daily threat to the safety and well-being of our citizens, not just here in the capital, but also on other islands. Even our visitors, who most of them take the main Bay Street way, it's not a smooth drive, and that's just the reality. Madam President, the PLP has been entrusted with the responsibility of maintaining and improving our infrastructure, but they have let us down. Despite promises of road repairs and enhancements, our communities continue to suffer from deteriorating road conditions, impeding our daily commutes, damaging our vehicles, and jeopardizing public safety. Madam President, I feel so bad as a part of the government, because the government includes the opposition. Every time I pass someone on the road, tires gone, wheels out, the steering rack, something broken. Sometimes it's raining. I do, but I don't even know how to. I don't know. The only thing I could do is call a wrecker for them. These are realities. And Madam President, I live in the South. So my daily commute takes me on East Street South, Cowpen Road, Pinewood, Blue Hill. The roads are bad, very bad. Okay, and the reality is that the abysmal performance of the Progressive Liberal Party administration when it comes to addressing the dire state of our roads speaks volumes about the PLP's lack of commitment to the basic needs of our citizens. We deserve better than Band-Aid solutions and temporary fixes that only exacerbate the problem. It is high time that we have a comprehensive plan backed by adequate funding and expertise to address our crumbling infrastructure and provide the quality roads that our nation deserves. I was even walking the other day to Parliament Square after a state funeral. I couldn't even miss a hole walking. I fell in the hole, Madam President. And so the reality is that these potholes are everywhere. And furthermore, we must also pause to confront the scandals that have marred the Ministry of Transport, tarnishing its reputation and eroding public trust. Recent revelations have brought to light the undisclosed issuance of taxi plates, I say to family, friends, and lovers, raising serious questions about favoritism, nepotism, and corruption within our government. Such actions are a betrayal of the public's trust and an insult to the principles of transparency and fairness.
Senator
Yes, ma'am.
Maxine Seymour,
Yes, ma'am.
may I refer you to Rule 3120?
You may.
Any senator who desires to refer an debate of the Senate on any committee to the character or conduct of any person in his official capacity shall deliver to the president written prior notice of the proposed reference. I have not received
Is that the minute?
any written notification from you with respect to the reference made to the Minister of Transport.
Where's the minute?
As a result of that, I am going to order everything that you said regarding the Minister of Transport about the character. Yes, you did.
I did?
Yes, you did. In fact, you did. So that is a breach of the rule,
Written, I made sure.
and I am going to order it struck from the record, and I'm also going to order that you make it right by apologizing for making those comments. Thank
Madam
you.
President, once we come back and I hear the hand that I will, because in my actual notes, I have ministry. I do not. I was very careful not to put minister, but you said you heard
Well,
minister.
yes,
which is
I
fine.
heard minister.
fine.
Ministry of Transport is essentially the same thing. So in any
Is
event,
the department? Well,
I heard minister. I'm going to order it struck from the record.
no problem.
Thank you.
No problem.
And please make no further references for the duration of your debate. Thank you very
No
much.
problem. I don't have them written, so I don't know what happened. You know, the reality is, Madam President, that such actions are a betrayal of the public trust, an insult to the principles of transparency and fairness, and they demand immediate attention. We must not tolerate the neglect of our infrastructure, nor the abuses of power that undermine our democracy. Madam President, all of these things, bad roads, high price of food, all of these things put pressure on families. The blueprint calls compassionate social relief. In my opinion, the Bahamian people obviously got swung for the English students. Because here it is now, Madam President, the government is dragging its feet on certain things. In April, and I will have to pull the article, in April, the Minister of Social Services said that he won't rush on the gender bill. Okay, he says he wanted to consult with the church. I mean, that just sounds like an excuse to me, Madam President. He has since announced a bill of an entirely different name, as my colleague pointed out. What keeps me up at night, Madam President, is this question. To consult or not to consult? That is the question. And it would seem that Senator Barnett Ellis has been pondering the same thing, as she even referenced Dame Allen's advice on the importance of consultation. I would like to be taught, Madam President, the PLP's definition of consult and when it is appropriate to rush. Because the PLP rushed and added back to breadbasket items, medication, and sanitary items, but did not rush to keep their promise on the RISE program. In fact, I still don't think it has been implemented. Almost 2 years later, has RISE been constituted? We still don't know for sure. But the government has money for fashion shows and tea parties. When it comes to adding VAT to bread, no, I didn't. When it comes to adding VAT to breadbasket items, they didn't mass consult, nor drag their feet there. It is time to standardize the public consultation process, Madam President, and define what qualifies for consultation. Perhaps develop a proper code of practice on consultation. Madam President, the reality is that if I call up a friend and say to them, you know, what you think I should eat for lunch? You think I should go to Athena's? You know, you think I should go to Acropolis? You think I should go to Poop Deck? What you think? What you feeling today? Madam President, if I talk to that friend, in fairness, I could say I consulted on the matter. But is that an approach that's acceptable for a government? How is it that on some matters, for example, matters of protection for women, you're sitting next to the fat man. How is it that on some matters, like matters for the protection of women, matters for equal rights and access for women, there is the need to consult for extended periods of time and not rush, in the words of the Minister of Social Services. But when the government wants to act on other things, no one can be as efficient as they are. The Protection Against Violence Bill. What's that? Madam President, there was a national task force on gender-based violence and a strategic plan to address gender-based violence. Why ignore the fact that the violence that needs to be addressed legislatively disproportionately impacts a certain gender? Madam President, when it came to BPL and taking money from central bank and dumping it in BPL, they didn't do wide consultation. They sure didn't ask me. When it came to petroleum dealers, there wasn't any wide consultation. When the government, they did what they wanted to do, and they didn't seem to consult the stakeholders, at least not according to them. Madam President, I mean, they don't even, when the opposition said, okay, let's get a House of Assembly Select Committee on Immigration. The government said no. Consultation wasn't a priority then either. When it came to the grocers, Madam President, and the price control list, there was major pushback from the Retail Grocers Association. They found themselves consulting after the fact. So why not just pass the gender-based violence bill and consult more later? Implement the expanded RISE program as promised and figure it out later. It's been almost 2 years. Get that extra VAT that you're collecting on the breadbasket item. You sold us the whole redistribution of wealth Robin Hood story. Okay, and you've been getting that money from a long time. So now we need to get it in the hands of the people who need it most, the same people who are going to be impacted by the social services budget that has been cut. I mean, when it was time to do other things, they didn't consult the Bahamas Chamber of Commerce and Employers Federation like they should, because they spoke out. They spoke out last November in support of the grocers and pharmacists and the tourism stakeholders. They encouraged the government to engage in substantive consultation recently to making policy shifts that impact businesses. The insurers, when it comes to business license renewal, again, the chamber, the Police Staff Association said more consultation could have happened when it came to new insurance policies for new officers. The taxi cab union asked for consultation. In fact, they didn't just ask for consultation, they asked for their emails and phone calls to not be ignored when it came to taxi license plates being issued, an increase in regulation for charges. Madam President, I know for sure that I haven't been widely consulted at any point this year when the PM decided to go to Florida or Texas or Guatemala or London or Trinidad. Last year, when the Prime Minister went to Cuba and to Angola, to Egypt, to New York, to Dubai, and let's not forget Bermuda, I don't remember public domain knocking on my door asking me if I thought the PM should go or not, or if he should travel, what class he should travel, or where he should stay. I didn't fill out any survey on that. So there wasn't no consultation on that. So my point of the matter is, Madam President, the reality is that labor, community organizations, all of them have called out this government for a lack of consultation. So why consult on the gender-based violence bill? Why consult on that? When they want to make things happen, they make things happen. Our esteemed Attorney General and his team managed to get 31 bills to Parliament. 31 bills, including, hold on, you sure are. For this budget, 31 bills, including the appropriation, the revenue account expenses, and the appropriation capital development. They managed to get that all together in time for the budget. We need the citizenship bill now, Mr. AG, and we need the gender-based violence bill. And we don't want to come in, we want the same efficiency, the same level of efficiency. We need them tabled and passed and implemented now. No more time for consultation, Madam President. And Madam President, I have to say, no, but they ain't consulting on nothing else. Why consult on gender-based violence so long? You ain't consulting on nothing else. I want y'all to be consistent with your character. Be consistent. And Madam President, I have to say at this point that I am happy. I'm happy for the man and new citizenship ruling. The reality is that I have a cousin who, for his whole life, a certificate identity is the only form of documentation that he ever had. His mom and my cousin were not married when he was born. And I have to say that Ethan then had to assume the nationality of his mother, who was American. And I didn't even know until years later, when he got into challenges with the citizenship issue, that Ethan wasn't Bahamian, because Ethan was born right at PMH. I remember his cousin and his mom, my cousin and his mom dating for years. My cousin is close. He was in the wedding. And the reality is that I thought his mommy was from Long Island. You couldn't tell me she wasn't from Long Island, but she was from the United States of America. And the reality is that she later on got her Bahamian citizenship. And so she's a Bahamian. He is a Bahamian. But the reality is that when the child was born, the mother was not a Bahamian at the time. She was an American. And so it's caused all sorts of challenges. And in fact, they've now since relocated to Canada, and he still tries that he's turned 18 to apply for a Bahamian passport, but they insist that he comes to the Bahamas to apply for the passport and deal with the citizenship issue, but they keep trying to explain to him, you don't have a passport to come to the Bahamas. But the reality is that, the citizenship issue that affects the citizenship issue, I'm happy for the man that it affects. And so perhaps on this citizenship issue, we could get, a minister to fly over to Canada perhaps and maybe just have dinner with my cousin and his son and confer citizenship on him, because that would be so much more convenient since we're doing all these, unorthodox ways of conferring citizenship these days. So, Madam President, the reality is that the Privy Council ruling is in, Mr. AG, and so you don't need to wait on it anymore to move forward with the wider plans to address other inequities when it comes to conferring citizenship, especially on the children of married Bahamian women who just happen to have their children elsewhere in the world to foreign husbands. And Madam President, our class valedictorian when I graduated from high school, she went off to the UK to do law, finished top of her class, but she just happened to fall in love with someone who wasn't Bahamian. She lives there, her children live there, her husband lived there. Why is it that she shouldn't be able to confer citizenship on her children? She grew up here. Her parents are involved in the society, have served our country well, and she lived here, did all her schooling here up to the post-secondary level. So why is it just because her husband is foreign and her children were born elsewhere that she shouldn't be able to confer citizenship? So the reality is, like I said, the Privy Council ruling is in. Let's deal with all the inequities when it comes to conferring citizenship, and let's do it with haste, just like these 31 bills that we needed for the budget. Madam President, when the budget reserves appropriations was increased by $7 million, who did they consult? Did they consult Madam President Wiley? Who was consulted when the PLP administration decreased the social services budget by $5.8 million? Because I know I wasn't, because I know one thing, no one called me and no one asked me if we should take from the poor to give to the rich, because I know I would have said no way. And likewise, I was not consulted when they threw that same meager $500,000 back in the budget this year for a shelter. My Lord, Madam President, I am most disappointed at my colleague, at the numbers man. He knows very well, and I've said it, that $500,000 a year, even for the next 3 years, that won't get us anywhere. Now, the Performing Arts School, thankfully, is getting $1 million a year for the next 3 consecutive years, which I doubt is enough, but at least it's something, and it's more than what the women are getting for a shelter. And I want to be clear. I support this 100%, Madam President, and hope we not only construct, but maintain, because in our country, we're good at, in my opinion, constructing buildings, buying new vessels, and buying new this and that. But when it comes to maintenance, we could do a better job. So my daughter, who starts grade 11 in the fall, she plays multiple instruments, she sings, she dances, you name it. So hopefully she could be one of the students in the first cohorts of graduates from the Performing Arts School. Now, I really want to warn the creatives. Madam President, based on past experience. They ought to keep a close eye on that million. Because last budget, the women got the same $500,000, but by the midpoint, it had vanished into thin air. So it wasn't enough to begin with, but then they took it back halfway through, and now they put it back again. So the family of the orange economy just might not want to count their eggs before they hatch, Madam President. By the way, $500,000 of a $3.3 billion budget, that's less than 0.02%, Madam President. As the opposition, the reality is that it is our responsibility to voice the concerns of the citizens of the Bahamas and to hold this government accountable. That's our job. We have a duty to illuminate the issues plaguing our nation and demand answers from those who hold the power to make a difference. A matter of utmost importance, Madam President, is the poor performance of the Progressive Liberal Party regarding the Bahamas Power and Light Corporation and their lack of vision in solving our country's energy crisis. Our citizens, from the bustling streets of Nassau to the serene shores of our family islands, are suffering the consequences of their inaction. A small convenience store owner in Inagua recently complained that his bill had jumped from $800 to $1,300 overnight. And Senator Duncombe is a businessman. He could identify. You could imagine that for a business owner, a 62.5% increase overnight. That's a lot to swallow, especially with 3 employees who are depending on their salaries for survival to take care of their families. PPL, Madam President, is an essential lifeline for our nation's progress, and it is faltered under the watch of the PLP. We have witnessed countless power outages, leaving homes in darkness, businesses crippled, and essential services compromised. The failures of the PLP to address this crisis have resulted in a severe disruption to our daily lives. You don't really know what day the electricity might be on these days and what day it might be off. And Madam President, I'm not talking about just interrupting someone's favorite Netflix show right when it got to the good part, or making us suffer in AC in this scorching summer heat. This is about the little children with asthma who have to plug in their nebulizers, Madam President. This is about the appliances that are at risk and the families who do not have the funds to replace them. We need a government that understands the gravity of the situation, one that actively engages experts, explores renewable energy alternatives, and invests in infrastructure to safeguard our energy supply for future generations. Madam President, the leader of the opposition and Free National Movement, the Honorable Michael Pintard, recently spoke about an illegal $110 million loan, which is a fiscally irresponsible breach of trust. The citizens of this nation deserve better than a government that engages in questionable financial practices, potentially burdening us with unsustainable debt. The rule of law must prevail, and our citizens must have faith in the integrity of our government. Madam President, the same way we lavishly celebrate our country's anniversary of independence is the same way we must plan for the future and be fiscally prudent with our limited resources, because our children's children will inherit the debt we create today. In the next 50 years of the Bahamas, Madam President, I envision a future brimming with progress, prosperity, and sustainability. Economically, we aim to foster inclusive growth and diversification. By attracting sustainable investments and nurturing entrepreneurship, embracing technology and innovation, we can leverage our unique geographical position, which I believe is a gift from God Himself, as a hub for trade and logistics. Investing, Madam President, in modern educational infrastructure and curriculum will equip future generations for the knowledge and skills necessary to navigate an ever-changing world. And I had a good conversation recently with an educator who talked about it being time to have more objective testing of our students. That way we get the results out quicker, and that way it's an objective process. And so we have to get to a point where we introduce computer-based examination for some of our exams. We have to continue to care for our environment. In the next 50 years, Madam President, I believe that the Bahamas will rise as a beacon of progress, resilience, and sustainable development through unity, innovation, and unwavering dedication to building a brighter tomorrow. But we cannot, and we must not leave the vulnerable behind. Social progress must be at the forefront of our vision for the future. We must ensure equitable access to shelters, to health care, reducing poverty and inequality. Promoting social cohesion will be central to creating a society that values the well-being of all its citizens, where every individual feels safe and where opportunities for personal and collective growth abound, especially for children, for women, for persons with disabilities, for young men, and for other vulnerable populations. Now, Madam President, is not the time to penny pinch on social services. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator the Honorable Maxine Seymour, for your contribution to the budget debate. As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Dr. Eurecia Hepburn Forbes.
O nation, now behold your God, who longs to heal you, embrace his plenteous gifts, and keep his grace before you. You know God's love is truly and steadfastly he calls to men and even babes. His charity is for all. Madam President, Senators, Bahamians watching near and far, good afternoon. The stanza just read is a part of a hymn composed by my Uncle Michael, poet and nationalist. Madam President, I thank God for the opportunity to serve, and I'd like to take this opportunity to extend my continual gratitude to the Honorable Prime Minister, the member for Cat Island, Rum Cay, and San Salvador, for permitting me to contribute at the national level. I would also like to thank my loving and supportive husband, who is my honorary senator, as he must listen to my views on every national topic. Finally, I would be remiss if I did not publicly thank my parents, Eric Jr. and Suzanne Hepburn, who have always been the best role models and supporters a child could ask for. All three I know are watching and will provide constructive criticism on my debate. I would also like to thank two of my aunts that watch the Senate religiously, Yulie and Margaret, and the rest of my family and friends. I am grateful for your continued support. I would also like to state a happy belated Father's Day to all of our nation's fathers. Last year, this time, Madam President allowed us to invite our fathers to this hallowed place. And my father still speaks about his experience here and how proud he is to be my daddy. Madam President, I would like to publicly express my condolences to the family of Honorable George Smith, as he has always provided me with a wealth of knowledge and encouraging words. It's amazing, Madam President, you never know when kindred spirits would meet, but we met at one meeting and exchanged numbers, and he would always send me WhatsApps encouraging me all the time and giving me his views and opinions on how things should go. I am gratefully thankful to his family for lending him to us, as he was a kind, intelligent, and honest man. I would also like to offer condolences to Minister Pio Roll on the passing of her aunt. I am also very grateful, Madam President, to the Honorable Prime Minister for affording me the opportunity to serve as the president of the Bahamas Agriculture Marine Science Institute, commonly called BAMSI, and to the Minister of Agriculture, Clay Sexy Sweeting, and Parliamentary Secretary Leonardo Lightburn for their continued support in ensuring that it's best at BAMSI. Madam President, before I start discussing this bold budget for the people, I'd like to extend my congratulations to the graduating classes of 2023, especially the students of the Bahamas Agriculture Marine Science Institute. I'd like Senator Duncombe to know that our head graduating persons were all male. The University of the Bahamas students and graduates of all high and primary school students and tertiary education institutions throughout the country. Madam President, if you have been following the budget debate, you would have heard this budget call several things from both sides. Last year, Madam President, I echoed the term that the people's budget was what this should be called. However, for me this year, this is a brilliant, brave, and benevolent budget. One that showcases that we are 50 and fortunate as a country. And while these are my thoughts about the budget, I encourage every citizen of our great nation to not just trust what I'm saying, but to verify. Please review the budget on www.bahamasbudget.gov.bs. And while I admit there's always more that can be done, the reality is that regardless of what others may have you believe, there's not an infinite amount of resources. But what we have is a visionary leader that is making it better for the Bahamas and providing us with the best tools to make it best at BAMSI. Madam President, as I know that today, this afternoon is a long one, I will only focus on a few extremely important items in the 2023-2024 budget. I will speak briefly on a few items, namely climate change, food security, BAMSI, and disability. Madam President, the Prime Minister stated in that other place, the policies and investments in this budget reflect our conviction that in order to bring enduring and inclusive progress, in order to build a better nation today for a better people tomorrow, we must grow stronger. National, economic, and personal security are central to this budget. Because while we are optimists, Madam President, we are also realists. In today's world, every nation must navigate increasingly complex and interconnected challenges. And that is especially so for a nation like ours, a nation on the front lines of changing climate. Madam President, I would like to thank the Prime Minister again for being the voice of the voiceless in the climate change debate. Your continued advocacy is notable, and you represent us well on the global stage, bringing attention to this issue and how we are grossly affected. Madam President, we know and understand that one of the main threats to food security and sustainability is climate change and the myriad of issues that it brings, in particular to small island developing states. Madam President, I had the opportunity to attend the Partnership to Address the Climate Crisis 2023, commonly called PAC 2023 Climate Resilience Clean Energy Summit, which took place on the sidelines of U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris' visit to the Bahamas and the U.S. Caribbean Leaders Meeting. Madam President, according to the meeting details, the Biden-Harris administration recognizes the unique and evolving climate and energy challenges facing Caribbean nations, and we are committed to working together on solutions. This comprehensive, adaptive, and goal-oriented approach will support our Caribbean neighbors in addressing energy security and climate adaptation and resilience with the urgency these challenges demand. This meeting particularly focused on 1. Discussing the best practices in addressing energy security through climate resilience, clean energy in the Caribbean. 2. Identifying funding and technical assistance gaps that could be bridged through greater partnership. And 3, opportunities to further unleash the energy transition in the Caribbean while building greater climate resilience in furtherance to PAC 2030 goals. Madam President, I am a firm believer that when we get up to speak in this place, we should be armed with facts, either from primary or secondary research. It is important for the nation to have relevant and current statistics of topics. During the summer of 2022, I initiated a research study with Duke University. The purpose of this study was to learn about the attitudes, beliefs, and knowledge Bahamians have about climate change. In collaboration with Dr. Angel Harris, Professor of Sociology and Public Policy at Duke University, and the students who participated in the Duke Engage Bahamas, if you recall, Madam President, Duke visited the Senate. This study was a collaboration between BAMSI and other 24 Bahamian-based organizations to promote greater knowledge and awareness of effective strategies for preventing and preparing for national disasters. The students from Duke spent 8 weeks in Nassau to learn about climate change and its impact on SIDS, with a focus on the intersection of humans, the negative impact, and the positive mitigations, and the environment, example, land, air, and water. Through this experience, students examined the implications that environmental challenges have on the Bahamas' self-sufficiency. Part of this examination includes data collections from Bahamians to learn more about their general orientation towards climate change. It is important to focus on the environmental disasters within the Bahamian context because they impact supply chains that affect importation and exportation of goods for survival. Although the consequences of the increased frequency of natural disasters in the region are felt by the entire country, the impact is more severe for certain communities, particularly in Nassau. This project should provide BAMSI and the Bahamian government with a baseline data of how Bahamians think about climate change and serves as a snapshot. There are a few items that I would like to focus on from that research effort. Results for the extent to which the respondents are concerned about climate change shows concerns in 2 dimensions: concern for people in the Bahamas and themselves, with an even greater share of respondents reported to being concerned that climate change will harm persons in the Bahamas at 78%, with 71% feeling very concerned about how climate change will affect them personally. Now, Madam President, for those who are not into stats and research and all this may not be exciting. But 5 years previously, a similar study that I participated in did not have these high numbers, which showcases the effect of Dorian, walking, those types of storms, and people now taking climate change and making the correlation. In general, a high share of respondents expressed some level of concern about how climate change will harm people during their lifetime. Now, Madam President, let's couple that information with only 15% of respondents believing Bahamians are prepared for future natural disasters. Look at that number difference. And 9% believe that Bahamians were prepared for Hurricane Dorian. Over 80% believe that the Bahamian government should play a larger role in natural disaster response. Similarly, 83% believe that the Bahamas should transition to primarily renewable energy. 37% of respondents believe tourism negatively impacts Bahamian land and marine environment. So, again, something that I'm really passionate is agritourism, linking our weakest performing sector with our strongest performing sector. Creating linkages in the tourism environment will benefit our country greatly, especially when you're starting to talk about mitigating issues from climate. A substantial share of respondents believe businesses can do more to deal with climate change. Specifically, 45% believe businesses have a responsibility to combat climate change. Additionally, 61% report that they are less likely to buy from businesses that do not care about their impact on the environment. And 75% report that they are more likely to buy from businesses with a mission to help the environment. Madam President, as a result of this study, we at the Bahamas Agriculture Marine Science Institute formulated a climate change community advocacy group that was formed the following November 15th in 2022 to assist in raising awareness. where the vision and mission for the group was to bring awareness, to get the conversation started, to function as a part of BAMC's community outreach, to educate persons about their environment, to create engagement and involvement at a grassroots level, to highlight and attract BAMC's academic program offers that tie into this, to secure grants and scholarships for this purpose, to monitor and study these impacts and compile concrete data on its effects on our way of life, and to make recommendations based on findings. Let me state here that the BAMC Climate Smart Group meet once per month, normally virtually, and participates in eco-friendly activities during the month. These meetings start with basic opening prayer, a statement of purpose, announcements, presentation, question and answer, discussions, trivia, gifts, and prizes. And we're always soliciting gifts and prizes. Hint, hint. Research assignments are also issued each month, while tips and pertinent information about the green and blue economies are shared monthly with group members. There's no fee to join, Madam President. It is a free resource for the community. Each month, a calendar of activities is sent to group members. And Madam President, if you or any of the other members at this table are interested in joining the Climate Smart Group, you can email them at climatejusticebahamas@gmail.com. I'll say it slow for the cameras, climatejusticebahamas@gmail.com. Some of our topics and speakers have been the effects of climate change, sea level rise in the Bahamas by Ms. Chanel Williams at the Office of the Prime Minister, webinar series on combating climate change through backyard gardening on the following topics: 5 ways to eat more great food from your garden this year, recruiting soil to tackle climate change, science on the fly, and numerous more. We even had one of the students who attended COP 26 come and speak to us. Madam President, we have also partnered with the Minister of Environment and the Office of the Spouse to continue raising awareness in this regard. We plan to have an action team meeting with the Minister of Environment and the Office of the Spouse. We will be assisting with planting her breadfruit trees. All of these organizations understand that this is a call for action to move forward to educate and motivate persons about climate-smart agriculture. Madam President, I will only touch on the stony coral tissue loss disease, Skittle D, in the Bahamas because questions were asked in that other place. The long-term impact of stony coral tissue loss disease, which I'll be calling Skittle D from now, on coral reefs in the Bahamas and other regions will have a significant ecological and economic impact if it continues to spread. Coral reefs are not only important for their ecological value, but they also play a vital role in supporting the economy and livelihoods of Bahamians. Coral reefs acts as a backbone to the economy. In tourism, it's a major attraction for tourists, particularly those interested in snorkeling and diving. In fishing, coral reefs provide a critical, important habitat for a variety of fish and other marine species. These species support local and commercial fisheries, providing a source of food and income. And in coastal protection, coral reefs act as a natural barrier, protecting coastlines from erosion and storm damage. This can be particularly important in the Bahamas, where hurricanes are common. In addition, coral reefs can help to reduce the impact of sea level rise, providing an important buffer for coastal communities. Madam President, we then understand that coral reefs are a crucial resource for the economy, providing important benefits to local communities and industries. There's an urgent need, we understand, to respond to Skittle D to protect these valuable ecosystems. Skittle D was identified in the Bahamas in 2019 and has since spread rapidly. On May 2020, the Bahamas Cabinet approved the formation of a task force that included Department of Marine Resources, Environment Planning, the Perry Institute, Nation Conservancy, National Trust, Commercial Fisheries Alliance, Ministry of Tourism. The disease is being reported in several islands, And what has happened now is efforts to mitigate the spread of disease include applying antibiotics to infected corals, which can save them. However, there's an urgent need for more funding and resources to continue supporting the efforts to assess the spread of disease and research how coral reefs are being affected by Skittle D and the response effort to treat diseased corals. Additionally, it is necessary to fund research and management efforts to help stop the spread and to support information sharing and communication campaigns. Yes, you have to communicate to the general public. As disease moves through the area, we need to restore corals to reefs to ensure they continue to support biodiversity and critical ecosystem services to people. Madam President, it should also be noted that BAMSI is working along with the Bahamas Coral Gene Bank. This gene bank, graciously housed and significantly funded by Atlantis, will be used to hold several of live corals isolated from Skittle D. I mention us because they didn't mention our name in the other house along with the other organizations, even though we are part of that committee as well. Madam President, I must wholeheartedly agree with my parliamentary colleagues in this and that other place that this budget presents a more comprehensive picture of the government's vision for the country. This budget puts our money where our mouth is. With this budget, we are focused and determined to ensure that there is a new day for every citizen. As we settled on a new course for advancing each and every citizen and the country as a whole, it is clear that there are still external shocks that have the ability to affect us, and we are working on the economic resilience in this brave budget. Madam President, in recent months, we have all felt the sting of cost. There's no doubt in my mind that the vast majority of Bahamians today are concerned about rising levels of food prices. Unfortunately, we are not alone in this regard, as globally the cost of agricultural goods are on the rise. Our food import bill has approached approximately $1 billion, and these price increases, along with other external shocks, are key indicators of why there's a need to be such an organization as BAMSI. Our administration understands the assignment, or in common terms, to fight the rising global inflation. Madam President, I am thrilled to announce a significant milestone in the digital transformation of the Ministry of Agriculture through the My Gateway platform. The ministry has expanded its range of services, now offering a comprehensive total of 30 services, including 12 new additions. This expansion provides citizens with convenient access to a wide array of agricultural resources, information, and support, all at their fingertips. For those not in the field, you don't understand how groundbreaking this is. People have complained numerously about not having access, not being able to do things online, and now we have moved them into the digital space. The new services now available at My Gateway are the bone fishing, duty-free equipment permits, commercial fishing, duty-free equipment permits, commercial fishing, duty-free permit vessels, crown land lease for agriculture, new dog licenses, renewal of dog licenses, transfer of dog licenses, new farmers registration, renewal of farmers registration, farmers market application for Gladstone Road, fishing, farming, duty-free, and orchid imports. These services have been specifically designed to cater to the needs of individuals involved in agriculture, fishing, and related activities. By bringing these services online, the Ministry of Agriculture ensures seamless accessibility and streamlined processing, enhancing efficiency and using user-friendliness for citizens. Furthermore, I am delighted to announce that the citizens of the Bahamas can now take advantage of the online application and renewal services through My Gateway. Madam President, I would like to congratulate my minister on the successful launch of the Agrarian Awards, the country's first ever awards, under the theme, Our Food, Our Future. The awards are aimed at spotlighting the Bahamas agriculture sector and rewarding outstanding farmers and agriculturalists who have remained steadfast towards the goal of food security. The awards are being held in conjunction with the Agriculture Development Organization, the Bahamas Agriculture Marine Science Institute, and is part of the country's 50th independence anniversary celebrations. Through a nomination process available on ADO's website at www.adobahamas.org, the public will be able to view the criteria for nominees and enter submissions. The Agrarian Awards will have several categories for nominations, including Male Farmer of the Year, $10,000. And just a hint, someone should nominate Senator Raming for his work with bees. Female Farmer of the Year, I was being, Female Farmer of the Year, $10,000. Youth Male Farmer of the Year, $5,000. Youth Female Farmer of the Year, $5,000. School Farm of the Year, extremely important, supplies, community farm supplies. Backyard Farm of the Year, $2,500. And Minister's Lifetime Achievement Award, and a People's Choice Award. The deadline for all submissions is July 31st. After this date, so keep that in mind, after this date, submissions will be evaluated by the Department of Agriculture that will ensure criteria standards are met. Then a special blue ribbon panel consisting of farming experts will evaluate all submissions and select the 4 finalists. I do not know who is on the panel. The winners of each category will be awarded during an award ceremony to be held at Margaritaville on September 16. Tickets are expected to go on sale in early August. For more information, visit ADO's website and follow all of the Agriculture and Marine Science, and follow all of the ministry's social media pages or call the Ministry of Agriculture, Marine Resources, and Family Island Affairs. There is a People's Choice Award, so you need to follow in order to nominate. Now, Madam President, you could not imagine the excitement and thankfulness I felt when the Minister of Agriculture discussed the benefits and upgrades to the National Swine Breeding Center. Now, this is a little known fact, but in my earlier years, I worked at the National Swine Breeding Center under William Strawn, who was instrumental in hands-on training. He inspired me to want to learn more about agriculture and in particular, farrow to finish operations for pigs. The main function of the breeding center is to develop swine production in the country through efforts coordinated via the breeding center, the resource center, demonstration of husbandry care, extension services, and farm inspections. The NSB is home to approximately 100 breeding sows consisting of landrace, Yorkshire, Duroc, and Hampshire breeds, and of various crosses of the same, resulting in a herd of a superior quality in most instances and growth performance. Madam President, during this budget cycle, the minister was able to renovate the facility because I could tell you, it has been the same since when I used to work there at 18. So an upgrade is definitely, and you know, that's only been a little while back, not too much, but an upgrade is definitely needed. These are important facilities where we do air notching, tail docking, and castration. The completed renovations for the collection of waste and upgrade the sand for waste separator. This will improve the waste management system and minimize pollution of air and groundwater quality. Madam President, the minister plans to purchase 40 heads of purebred pigs, which are intended to inject new bloodlines into the herd and contain a genetic diversity to improve local swine production. It is envisioned that introduction of the Berkshire breed will take place for this budget cycle, which is new to GRAC. This breed is known to have superior meat quality and expected to improve the earnings of local farmers. The department has also purchased new farrowing crates to be used to renovate the farrowing house. That's pretty much like the pig's nursery. And Madam President, currently BAMSing is housing our sows at the National Swine Breeding Center. and we are working with Cardi to host the Artificial Insemination Seminar for interested persons. Now, Madam President, I understand I cannot get every funds that I need for the budget, but if possible, I would beg and love for us to get new semen stock so we do not have to use manual ejaculation techniques for our seminar. Madam? That's what you, correct. Madam President, BAIC is also well along the way with the Golden Yolk Egg Poultry Project and the BAMSI Egg Academy, which is slated to significantly increase the local production of eggs in the country. Both of these projects should assist with the agricultural development, in particular in this area as we focus on eggs because eggs are nutrient rich, high in quality protein, raise levels of good cholesterol, a good source of omega-3s, help with weight loss, and are the best dietary sources, choline. Madam President, the need for food security in the Bahamas is urgent, and this is why the government considers this as our top priority. Just this brief snapshot of some of our projects, because if I could not utilize all my time for all of our projects, and we are well on our way to levels of income substitution towards food security for our people, but we need all hands on deck for each department under the ministry's budget line. As stated by our Minister of Agriculture, Clay Sweeting, the purpose of BAMSI is to advance agriculture and marine economies in the Bahamas through education, human capital development, assistance to farmers in building their capacities, research, and its commercial farms, which would help diversify the Bahamas economy through the creation of many jobs in the agriculture and marine sectors. Madam President, I am so grateful for this position to make a positive impact on persons' lives. 2 weeks ago, a group of 11 from Clemson, led by Dr. Johnny Wayne Jordan, Professor Emeritus, President of the Ag Lender School, and Director of Southern States Agriculture Cooperative, visited our country as a continuing part of the conference. We came downtown, Madam President, and I must say I was beaming with pride as several persons addressed me as Senator BAMSI. Madam President, this lets me know that we are making a difference and we are making strides. Madam President, I think that it is clear that we all understand and agree with our Prime Minister and Minister of Agriculture and Marine Resources when they say the more we are able to feed ourselves, the better we will be able to absorb several external shocks. We at BAMSI understand that we must assist in this regard, and to do so, we have decided to increase our certificate class offerings and general short courses to ensure that we put on short courses to educate our citizens in environment, agriculture, and marine resources. I've already mentioned one of the programs that will be co-hosted with Cardi and encourage you, if you are interested, to take part in the artificial insemination of the pigs. This gives our citizens the opportunity to have a trade which would assist them with some income substitution. So while the Prime Minister has announced that the government has increased the funding related to food security and will provide farmers with direct support and increase the budget for R&D, we at BAMSI are working to provide the educational resources to farmers and citizens to ensure that we achieve this goal. Madam President, we are targeting young persons, even at the primary school level, because we know that to get persons interested in this sector, we need to start education from young. Madam President, BAMSI is hosting its regular summer camp, currently taking place in North Andros as we speak. And for the second time, we will host one in New Providence during the week of July 24th through 28th. This will give students in the primary and secondary schools the opportunity to experience what BAMSI has to offer. The summer camp is being fully sponsored, and there's space for only the first 100 applicants in New Providence. This is an increase of 40 more participants that was allowed from last year, because we were so overwhelmed last year. Madam President, this month, and I have to thank Senator Raming, who came to our camp last year. We hope we may see him again. Madam President, this month, BAMSI co-hosted the 34th Annual West Indies Agriculture Economics Conference. It should be noted that this is the second time this conference was hosted here, but the first time was more than 2 decades ago. This conference series started in February 1966 at the then Department of Agricultural Economics and Farm Management, University of the West Indies, Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, these conferences over the years have attracted a wide range of participants, including economists and sectoral planners, academics, agriculturalists, researchers, teachers, agricultural economics, farmers, and other social scientists. Delegates have come from Africa, Latin, Caribbean, North America, Europe, and most important, the Caribbean, both English and non-English speaking. These conferences and their published proceedings have informed agricultural policy through the region. Institutions and ministries of agriculture in the Commonwealth Caribbean have found them so useful that they have been supporting these conferences as co-sponsors for decades. The 34th conference addressed emerging challenges and opportunities for food systems, climate change, and tourism nexus. According to the FAO, a sustainable food system is one that delivers food security and nutrition for all in a way that is economic, social, and environmental basis to generate food security and nutrition for future generations that is not compromised. This conference focused on the impacts of tourism and climate change on the sustainability of Caribbean food systems, with a particular focus on tourism-oriented economies such as the Bahamas. In addition, focus was placed on the economy's technological development, communication, and leadership of these food systems. The conference sub-themes were challenges for communication and leadership in Caribbean food systems, opportunities for food systems in eco and agritourism, challenges for food and nutrition security in the Caribbean, sustainability impacts of climate change on the Bahamas, school feeding programs and agricultural development, technological advances in Caribbean food systems, exploring the economies of Caribbean food systems. The conference had several objectives: to provide a forum for the examination of all agricultural institutions, policies, systems, and practices in the region, to focus attention on the economic problems of agricultural production and marketing with a view to improve economic efficiency, to facilitate exchange and flow of ideas between universities, regional and government institutions, and the private sector with respect to matters related to the economics of agricultural production and related industries, to disseminate agricultural information throughout the region, to establish a closer working relationship between the public and private sectors in agricultural production in the host country, to publish available material for the benefit of the entire region through the publication of the proceedings of the conference, to educate and provide a feedback mechanism for agriculturalists and researchers, and to provide agricultural awareness to farmers, students, and the general public. Session highlights include the Sir Arthur Lewis George Beckford Memorial Lecture, which was given by Mr. Godfrey Aeneas, former president of BAMSI. Madam President, I would like to publicly thank you and Senator Maxine Seymour, Mr. Forbes, Mr. Flowers, and Mr. Roker for coming out and supporting the opening ceremony of such an important event in our country. I would also like to publicly thank the Prime Minister and First Lady, Minister Sweeting, Pastor Major, Minister Colby Davis, and Minister Zane Lightbourne for taking time out to attend as well. That opening ceremony boasted of having at least 300 persons in attendance and provided an avenue for persons to showcase their products and network in the industry. Madam President, the week sessions there were insightful presentations on varied aspects of the challenges for food and nutrition security in the Caribbean. Special feature was a Bahamian session. The conference was treated to a special feature of local scientific talents of the host country, the Bahamas, dubbing the day as the Bahamas Session, held on Tuesday, the 6th of June. Stimulating presentations by Bahamian researchers included climate reparations, scaling reef restoration in the Bahamas and beyond through community-oriented commercial coral farming, agriculture in the blue economy, assessing arsenic contamination in imported rice and rice-based products, implications to consumer health in the Bahamas, all prove very enlightening and substance-filled presentation, and this is just a snapshot of a few. Field trips at local farmers forum, a biannual banquet with all notable activities that brought diversity, flavor, fun, merriment, and cultural exposure to international conference delegates. The keynote speaker for the banquet, held under the patronage of the wife of the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Bahamas, Ms. Anne-Marie Davis, was Ms. Mari Dunleavy, AICA representative, head of the Bahamas. AICA and BAMSI have worked collaboratively since Dunleavy has taken the helm, and both organizations look forward to continued support working together. Madam President, I would be remiss if I did not publicly thank all of our sponsors, from Breezes Resort Bahamas All Inclusive, Disney Cruise Lines, the Small Business Development Center, Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture, Coral Vita, Harry B. Sands, Equity Bank and Trust, Ms. Anne-Marie Davis, the Caribbean Agriculture Research and Development Institute, Mr. Jack Thompson, Permanent Secretary, Her Excellency Leslie Miller Bryce, Ms. Latia Duncombe, Director General Tourism, Ministry of Tourism, Ms. Eva Mae Ferguson, Beyond Dreams Designs, BTC, Seas and Keys Cruises, Sapadilla Weddings, Baja Retreat and Anti-Aging Spa, Balco Limited, Clifton Heritage National Park, Romelda Rose Designs, the Honorable Leroy Major, Executive Chairman, BAIC, Ms. Margaret Brain, Executive Assistant and Board Secretary, BAIC, Ms. Ajua Claire and Ajua Arts, Ms. Candia Smith, Manager of Public Relations, MAMR, Ms. Jorinda Raming, Manager, Academic Affairs, BAMSI, Ms. Diane Watson, Administrative Associate, Academic Affairs, BAMSI, Ms. Martha Smith, and Ms. Bahamas Team Pageant. Madam President, just yesterday, I had a meeting with the United Nations Education, Scientific, and Cultural Organization with the regional coordinator and local representative, Ms. Bevins, to start looking at ways that our organizations align. Madam President, the Caribbean Agriculture Research and Development Institute has maintained a cordial and successful working relationship with the Bahamas Agriculture Marine Science Institute, a strategic alliance to build capacity while fostering agriculture research in line with national agro-development goals. The Institute have collaborated on several initiatives, inclusive of the 53rd Annual Caribbean Food Crop Society meeting, a supporter of Cartier's Open Days addressing and highlighting devastating sweet potato weevil infestation, offering virtual training on sweet potato production, and most recently sponsoring the 34th West Indies Conference. To further solidify and foster our continued initiatives, both institutes have agreed in principle to establish a memorandum of understanding. This would not only strengthen the existing partnership with the regional-based Caribbean Community Agency, but it would assist BAMSI in expanding its research capabilities and technical support in traditional and new agricultural technologies. It is the intent of both institutions to work more closely with the farming community by offering a range of trainings in the area of crop and livestock production, emerging technologies in agriculture, post-harvest technology, integrated pest management, climate resilient practices, and farm biosecurity, to name a few. Students would also have the opportunity to benefit from the combined practical and dietetic trainings, whereas continued learning crafted to the knowledge, skills, and challenges experienced in the Bahamas would be accessible to academic staff. As the Bahamas forges towards food sovereignty and security, the organization alignment between CARDI and BAMSI can be mutually beneficial and ensure the sustainable development and productivity of the Bahamian agriculture sector. Madam President, similar to CARDI, the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture, commonly called IECA, has established a cordial and successful working relationship with BAMSI. They too have entered into working on an MOU together, and IECO, which is an organ of the Organization of American States, has 6 main objectives, which are to support the countries of the hemisphere in their efforts to integration, cooperation, and participation in global economy, to support the member states in ensuring the safety of food supplies and removing sanitary and phytosanitary barriers to trade, to support agro-industries and agribusiness, to promote sustainable rural development and sustainable uses of natural resources, to support ministries of agriculture in the process of transforming their role, structure, and function, to support the processes of agricultural education transformation so as to produce scientists, technicians, and entrepreneurs. Our partnership together is one that has allowed us to work and continue to achieve the objectives of our mandate. We continue to build capacity, in particular with the sustainable and agricultural and cultural segments. We have leveraged our networks and come up with various innovative and practical solutions to engage stakeholders in a wide variety of agriculture and sustainable activities. We continue to build productive relationships and engagements as we forge new agreements with each other and with the private sector. By both of our organizations working together, we ensure that we maximize our efforts instead of duplicating energies and programs to facilitate the best experience for our stakeholders. Madam President, every island in the Commonwealth of Bahamas, and soon the entire world, will know it's best at BAMSI. Madam President, we are forging new relationships with universities and organizations as we continue to strive to create linkages for our students. These efforts continue in the development of international relationships, partnerships, and forms of memorandums of understanding with organizations, educational institutions, and associations, such as ones already mentioned, CARDI, IECA, University of the Bahamas, Prairie View A&M, University of South Alabama, Wena Eleuthera, Carl Vita, Blue Action Lab, Cape Eleuthera Institute, Disney, the Caribbean Agroeconomic Society, Florida Agriculture and Mechanical University, Georgia College and State University, Palermo University, Ocean University of China, University of Delaware, Clemson University, Tuskegee University, Chinese Confucius Institute, University of Viçosa, Brazil, Convoy of Hope, and universities being connected through the British High Commissioner. Madam President, professional development and training is key to the success of any organization. And with our partnerships and agreements, we have brought training and development to our faculty and staff. And Madam President, I am a president that leads by example. Last year, I applied through a very competitive process for a training for the 31st International Leadership Workshop for Agriculture and Rural Youth Development held in Germany. Madam President, I am thankful for being selected, as I know several persons applied, and I am of 30 globally to be accepted. A meeting of the representatives of the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations, UNESCO, and the World Assembly was the one to start this international leadership workshop for rural youth. Countless valuable ideas and project concepts to improve rural youth work all over the world have been put into practice in the last few decades. Since 1962, there have been more than 20,000 participants from almost 150 countries. The 14-day-long seminar is conducted in 2-year intervals and is a unique space that creates and overcomes borders and offers interaction between different actors. Madam President, I will aspire to do my best in this course and will provide an update to this place upon my return. Madam President, I know my time is short or running down, but allow me just a few more minutes to talk about disabilities. Madam President, every opportunity that I have, I will speak out about disability awareness. It only takes one accident, one illness, and we may too be a person with a visible disability. While our administration brought the Disability Act into force in 2014, there's so much more needed to be done to ensure inclusiveness of our citizens with disabilities. If you hear some of the other senators, they would make it believe that social services has done nothing more than gutted the budget. But if you do, like I say, citizens, and actually review the budget, you will see that there are at least 20 organizations that all have got a budget increase. And in particular, the children with special needs has had an increase in the line item. Madam President, I say talk with facts, not just fluff. There's a reason why the food program went down by 2 million. Our people now have jobs, so they don't need food assistance. I am thankful. We gotta see. I'm waiting to see if she acknowledges. I have to wait to see what Madam President say.
The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Maxine Seymour. What is the nature of your interruption, please?
President, I have a point of clarification. She just said that to speak with facts. She said to speak with facts, and then she mentioned some increases, the Honorable Senator, and then she mentioned some increases to specific organizations. I just want to clarify that the fact is that the social services budget was reduced by 5.8 million.
Thank you.
Again, and this is for the food. So, and I agree, the food assistance program, and like I said, was decreased. But Madam President, we have people now, I heard the Honorable Halkita say, more people working so they could purchase their own food, eh? God is good. I'm saying we have 20 organizations, and if you permit me, if I still have time, because I don't see the bell, I could read them all off with all God increases. The contributions to the Poverty Assistance Program, Children with Special Needs, Foster Care Assistance, Great Commissions Ministries would also feed persons, granted charitable organizations, the National Singing Bishop Feeding Foundation, Building Lane, Naomi Christie Center, Bahamas Children Emergency Hostel, Colby House, Grand Bahamas Children's Home, Link South, Safe Out, man, it's too much. I get tired. But at least you know the reality is, some people say we only gave 500,000, but Madam President, please tell me, is 500,000 more than zero? Because that's the only thing, people gave zero when they was in charge. So 500,000 to me is a big step up. I'll take that. I will take that. I will take the 500,000 any day. Now I agree, we could do more. And I expect that and you know what? This is the one thing I agree with the senator. We should do more. Because I agree, you need more, but I am hoping, like with everything else, we now start looking at public-private partnerships to get some of these things done. I am an active member of the Department of Gender and Family Island Affairs, Family Affairs, because I'm an active member of that, CSO meetings. And every time we come to those meetings, and I agree, even with the I want to call you a member. I'll speak it into this. With the senator, that at this point, the gender-based violence bill should be passed. Now, I agree. But we have been in consultations, and even those ladies at our last meeting indicated that they wanted, this was the majority of you in the room, to go to all family islands. And if I recall, Senator Henfield stated this was, and I mark it on the calendar for this day, on our meeting on March 23rd, that the government should come back and consult through every island of the Bahamas on such a bill as this. Those were his words. So I know it might be all three of us as the females, well, four, because I can speak for Madam President, whether she want me to, may want it, correct, may want it now, but apparently it's not all of us. And so I want it passed. So if it take me traveling to every family island for it to pass, by all, I don't want it. Hey, I just want to make sure it happens. I am thankful though that we now have someone signing, and I will say this, I am proud of this. When we watched the Senate before, if you were hearing impaired and didn't have closed caption, you could not see what we were saying. And there's a member in Garden Hills that is deaf. There are several family members or persons I know that have hearing disabilities, and I am happy we have someone signing. So I was trying to speak slowly so I could ensure that she, signed properly. And I must commend Minister Alfred says, because I go to the signing classes, I still only could do the alphabet. I'm not the best student, but I don't have as much time as those. But we have to ensure that we never disenfranchise our citizens. That is important. I think that's one thing both sides understand. And we have to do a better job, because sometimes it's not until you feel it you realize that we need to be proactive in this stance. Madam President, I could assure you I'm wrapping up. I am thankful to our Minister of Social Services, Honorable Wilshcombe, for the increase in budget for the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities and assistance for children with special needs. Madam President, we have almost finalized our disability policy at BAMSI, and we are ensuring before we open our doors next year that we ensure that our facilities are in compliance. Madam President, we do not just talk about making sure we have access, but we hire persons on staff that have disabilities and visible disabilities, and they are assisting us with ensuring that we bring our campus and all of our facilities up to the mark to ensure that they are disability friendly. Madam President, I wish to end my address by publicly thanking the hard-working team members of BAMSI, in particular the members of the Academic Affairs Unit and Research and Development team. It's a new day, and there's a new way forward for our country. In this progressive budget, we are indicating our priorities and vision, not only for the upcoming year, but also as a part of our national strategy and economic diversification and national development. While we still must contend with the various global happenings that affect us domestically, this budget should serve as an encouragement to everyone. This budget compassionately acknowledges and addresses many issues plaguing our people while exercising needed fiscal prudence. This budget is truly a brave budget, one for the people of our nation, where the wealth is starting to be common and not just in words, but in action. Madam President, I will end as I started with a verse from the song written by Uncle Michael. O Lord, our gracious God, instill in us your true love, to pardon and to guide, and bring us daily near you. Your word must be our will, our comfort and our fill. O nation, then be still, and let God enter in. Madam President, God bless us, and God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Senator the Honorable Dr. Eresia Hepburn Forbes, Senator of BAMSI. Thank you for an excellent contribution. As many? The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Quinton Lightburn.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise this afternoon in this honorable upper house with a grateful and thankful heart to be here this evening. Madam President, I am profoundly overjoyed by my colleagues' contribution during this year's debate. The performance of both the Minister of Economic Affairs and Attorney General is one, Madam President, to marvel. In just 22 months, these gentlemen have articulated the vision of our leader on both the economic and legal reform that is needed and is happening in our country. I would also like to extend during these graduation ceremonies, as I was able to be the keynote speaker at the Auckland Central High School and the Crooked Island High School about 2 weeks ago. You know, the Auckland Central High School graduation class of 10, and the Admiral Ferguson Senior High School graduating class of 3. And so we have 13 persons that graduated from Auckland and Crooked Island, and they're well on their way, and many of them are coming to the University of the Bahamas to excel academically. My colleagues have been able to speak to the issues of this nation and paint a clear picture of what is being done at BAMSI, in tourism, and in Grand Bahama. I also noticed that despite these valuable contributions, the side opposite decided to harp on issues that are not important to our nation. Every government is defined by the decisions it makes and the impact that it has on national development. But here we are with a booming economy, record tourism numbers, and record level of investments coming in, not just in Nassau, but throughout the family of islands, in San Salvador, Exuma, Long Island, Abaco, Grand Bahama, and Cat Island. A labor force survey conducted in 2009 prior to the pandemic stated that the unemployment rate was 9.5%. Unemployment is now 8.8%, and that is the lowest unemployment rate in the last 15 years. We are also investing in our people. The National Youth Guard provides young Bahamians with not just training for future careers, but with the opportunity to fortify our nation's emergency response efforts. As hurricanes grow more intense due to climate change, we are strengthening our nation's capacity to protect our people and respond in times of crisis. This is a key element of our national security. This government has shown once again that we care for the people and wipe every tear from the Bahamian people's eyes. Madam President, despite the very significant debt and financial crisis we inherited, this budget does not increase the tax burden of the vast majority of Bahamians. In contrast to the approach of our predecessors, who increased VAT by 60%, and I still advocate for VAT, that it would be reduced for family islanders, so that 10% can be reduced for other family islands. We have adjusted the departure tax for cruise passengers upward by $5. We have added a tourism sustainability levy of $5 for each cruise visitor and a $2 levy for all travelers for tourism enhancement. Tourism enhancement includes critical projects like cleaning of Bay Street, of business incubator centers for tourism-related businesses across our islands, and cleaning up of monuments, the Junkanoo Beach Village restoration, and so many more. The sustainability levy for cruise ship passengers will be introduced as of July 1st, 2023, and the departure tax increase and tourism levy will take effect on January 1st, 2024. All the revenue measures I've just listed will give us better returns in our in-demand tourism product while still maintaining prices that are competitive regionally. Government revenues continue to increase. We are well on our way to realizing a surplus in just a few years. Each quarter that goes by, we continue to meet and surpass our own projections. Last year, I gave the side opposite copies of our blueprint for change so that they can follow our accomplishments today. We aren't distracted and we are doing the people's business. I would caution the side opposite because the F&M is getting a reputation for fighting for everyone else except the hard-working Bahamian. We in the PRP government will continue to encourage our young people to dare to dream, dare to compete, and dare to take advantage of the opportunities we will create for them. This government is unified, and we are a unified front with no dissension. We are a team with one leader and one mandate. We work together over here, but I will leave that right there, Madam President. At the Bahamas Development Bank, we have been working as well. We are finalizing a deal with the Afro-Exim Bank to secure $30 million for business development in our country. This is a groundbreaking deal and was only made possible through hard work, persistence, dedication by the stellar team at the Bahamas Development Bank. The team at BDB rolled up their sleeves and got the work done. We are pleased and we are working with the Afro-Exim Bank to properly capitalize BDB to provide deserving loans to our citizens so that they can play a more meaningful role in our economy. The Prime Minister and I accompanied him as they finalized the details last week with the President of the Afro-Exim Bank, Dr. Benedict Orama. There's also going on in Andros right now, Andros Community Cluster Project that is happening in North and South Andros. The Bahamas Development Bank is facilitating this cluster project. which aims to establish Andros as the ecotourism capital of the Caribbean. This is being done by providing capacity development for businesses in marketing and the product development through a consultancy firm. Many Androsian businesses are small and need training to improve their offerings. And at the Bahamas Development Bank, we are providing marketing support for development of 10 products in tours involving micro, small, and medium enterprises with a consultancy firm. The goal is to attract more sustainability-driven visitors to Andros. I am working with my fellow Senate colleagues in establishing bone fishing and bird watching certifications on Andros through BAMSI. This is vital to ensure that the bone fishing industry in Andros remains 100% Bahamian. This project is funded through a $400,000 grant from Compete Caribbean and directly overseen by the Caribbean Tourism Organization, which is focused on building community-based experiences to empower our local people. The Bahamas Development Bank has also committed $350,000 to fund qualifying businesses that emerge from this project. We are committed to helping the Bahamian people and their businesses. Madam President, I want to talk about young people and the need for involvement of young Bahamians in our economy. This government will never hamper young people from starting and expanding their businesses. The PLP will ensure that young people gain meaningful economic opportunities because it is essential to reducing poverty and ensuring stable and secure societies. This government has shown that young people play a major part in this nation. As you look around, you continuously see young people at the helm of this government. The youngest director of the Bahamas Investment Authority and the youngest director of the Communications Department at the Office of the Prime Minister, and also a young vice president of the Senate. We are represented at the decision-making table in this country. This is wonderful to see in a nation. You know why this is a wonderful nation, Madam President? I will tell you a story about a young lady that was born in Eleuthera and came to Nassau to attend high school at the age of 15. This young woman, upon graduation, decided to attend the College of the Bahamas to become a teacher. But during her tenure, she realized that her true calling was to become an entrepreneur. And she mastered her craft and then decided to step outside of the box. And she is what many people would call today a nail tech. But she viewed herself more than just that. This bold entrepreneur approached the Bahamas Development Bank to launch the first fully Bahamian-owned beautician academy. She saw the need to teach others of this craft. She now offers classes in nail design, lashes, cosmetology, manicures, pedicures, and the works. The Bahamas Development Bank saw her vision and felt that she was worth the investment. This young woman prayed, and the day before her 30th birthday, she left her job and took a leap of faith. And 7 years later, she's now not just a nail tech, but a certified instructor named, and by the company name is Nail Envy. This, Madam President, is the kind of Bahamas where we all want to live in. A country that will invest in the Bahamians and invest in a Bahamian with a bold idea. And as we continue to celebrate our 50th independence, we must celebrate it with vigor and love. We must celebrate it with the knowledge of knowing that our country will be better in the future. With this sense of national pride, the Bahamas Development Bank launched the 50th Independence Development Grant, where $56,000 was allocated for small businesses in the country. The winners will be announced right before independence to continue an economic emancipation of our people through business. I'm looking forward to the remainder of the celebrations leading up to the July 10th, 50th Independence. Madam President, I would like to commend the Independence Secretariat, Member of Parliament Leslie Miller Bryce. Her vision and execution is on full display. Madam President, the side opposite hasn't harped on how this budget this year has decreased. They also didn't mention that there has been a 16% increase of permanent and pensionable public servants to fund the minimum wage increase. The side opposite can try to convince the people that cruise passenger fees, a yacht fee, a tourism enhancement fee, and a foreign work permit fee add up to some huge new burden for the people. But they're going to continue losing their way and their war with reality. The F&M is getting a reputation for fighting for everyone except the hard-working Bahamians. 256 Crown grant applications have been approved, and this only and will all and indelibly spur generational wealth. When it comes to real property tax, the vast majority of back taxes owed are owned by second homeowners. This is not an issue affecting most Bahamians. Raising the cap on real property taxes affects owners of multi-million-dollar properties, which again does not include most Bahamians. The irony is that these same people pay their taxes in their home countries, but for some reason a few believe they do not have to pay their taxes here as prescribed by the law. Remember when the previous government refused to take action on real property tax reforms because a certain community wrote an angry letter? They will never happen. This will never happen underneath this government because we answer to all Bahamians. Barack Obama once said, "The future rewards those who press on." And Madam President, this government is pressing on. Despite inheriting a 60% increase in VAT, billions in new borrowing, the Oban humiliation, and a stagnant economy, 22 months ago, this government is still pressing on. Despite those challenges, I'm sure the side opposite would agree that we are still a blessed nation. As always, I would like to leave with a word. And I found this word last night in my casual leisure time. And Proverbs chapter 20, verse 3 said, "Avoiding a fight is a mark of honor. Only fools insist on quarreling." This budget will provide security and progress. Thank you, Madam President, and may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Senator the Honorable Quentin Lightburn, for your contribution. As many. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Reuben Ramey.
Thank you, Madam President. Rise to make my contribution to this budget, including its compendium of bills so attached. I think I'll take the time because I just saw something in the public. It was a question from realtors, I think, to Minister Alcides. I think they were asking something as related to the application of the VAT. I presume it's in terms of things that they would have already signed prior to the first, if how that would work. I think it's a fair question that will settle the market, if you want to take a minute. Well, yeah, I think that's important. Just.
Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michael Alcides.
Madam President, from time to time when we make these changes that affect particularly real estate, there's a transition period. So the question is for example, transactions that are under contract that have been signed but have not yet closed. And our position is, the position that we are pretty much final on, is that we will give a transition period for those that are already under contract but not yet closed. And then the first of what we are considering is 90 days.
I think that's standard, man. I nothing to applaud. And that's actually responsible because the real estate market, just like our tourism market, just like Grand Bahama Port Authority, just like our bonds, they are all sensitive. They are all sensitive to temperament. I think it's reasonable to say it's not even logic; it's the environment that impacts investment or impacts anything. The stock market is one perfect example. Anything goes wrong or said wrong about a company could actually determine how things move, and that's why it's called speculation. And we do have a lot of Bahamians that is in the real estate market, and lawyers that also will be impacted by that. So I thank you for that response. I look at this budget and I was hoping from this, compared to some of the budgets that I would have experienced, that I would have seen, especially in light of the current environment that we are now in, a bit more reason for excitement. I think all budgets do have some things in it that is actually good. And then they also have some things that you have to read between the lines on. And then they have some things that you got to hope that the propensity, the habits, the nature of the government making the budget has the ability to execute. And that is very, very critical to what we do and where we are. So the resolve of a government, its judgment, its track record is very, very much considered when we look at how budget moves and how it impacts the country. The budget not only impacts the revenue that the government makes, borrows, or expend, it actually impacts even the wider GDP. Thus the question as relates to how things impact the realtors, how it impacts other persons. Because, for example, the budget may not directly include something for taxi drivers. But in the budget effort to stimulate tourism, improve and expand and create a better port and better facilities, it does bring bearing on the wider economy and the homes and the families and the individual Bahamian persons. So budgets are very, very critical. I think I'll lead my budget off with the closing statements of Senator Alquitas and his financial position. Senator Alquitas said, "As we move forward, it is a tremendous, tremendous honor for me personally to be able to stand here and move a second reading of this budget in this place at this time in our history, which is very, very critical because, as I said, and I quote again, we have had a tremendous bounce back out of COVID. And this year is the true test. Notwithstanding the supplementary budgets that we would have had last year and the midterm budgets that we would have had last year that amended the previous budget passed by the Free National Movement just before election, which had some very interesting things inside of it. What you now see here, I would agree, is a true representation, and this is truly the test of the capacity of this current administration to deliver. because all other efforts, it is reasonable to say, and all other gains, most other gains, it is reasonable to say, that had inured benefits to this current administration was literally a bounce back and riding off the wave, not of Brave, but of the wave of the Menace administration, and also the ability of the former administration, notwithstanding COVID, to keep the fundamentals of the country sufficient that when we open up, which was on the same schedule and line as this current administration, that it afforded a smooth, seamless opening. It also contributed significantly to the re-engagement of persons who are now employed. And I need to remind us of the hardship that COVID has placed on all and the decisions that were made by the Free National Movement's government, for one, to suspend the labor laws and to protect the tenure of workers who, through the shutdown of the international economy, thought it convenient to cash in on their years of service in the hotels and everything else to meet their immediate need, which I don't judge them for. And then if that had happened, they all would have been brand new applicants starting at square one in most of those instances. So the reason for the large bounce back in unemployment does include the impact of that bounce back from COVID and the deliberate measures that were obtained and done to sustain the work history of the Bahamian people. So they're not on jobs as new underlings or temp. They return to the job with their level of seniority, their level of pensions, their level of security still intact. And that is visionary leadership in the midst of a worldwide shutdown. Not only so, I must remind that in that very budget was the subvention, as I quote the Minister for National Insurance, Miles Gerota, of over $190 million that was pumped directly into the pockets of Bahamian people to sustain them with salary support after salary support after salary support during those hard times. And we're not talking about the other programs, we're talking about the direct injection into their lives of cash, even to those who did not qualify under the law, but qualified in the heart, in the mind of the F&M cabinet of the day. So the machinery of NIB was used, and the Minister of Finance, the then former Prime Minister Hubert Minnis, and his cabinet sent wave after wave of cash into NIB and say to all those workers that are on your record that have been disheartened and suffered loss, and that first tranche of unemployment benefit, we'll do it again, and we'll do it again. And also to the many businesses that were struggling, and some of whom really loved their employees, but the revenue wasn't coming in. We gave them latitude to use the VAT revenue to be able to pay salaries. Was it up to what, $300-400 a person? And even though the check might have come from your employer, it was the money that was due to the government that was injected, reverse investment back directly into you to keep you sustained. That's no fairy tale. That's no budget projection. That's historical fact. Well, look at it today. We find that some of those same businesses that found, that had an administration that found creative ways to use the VAT to help sustain them and their employees, now find a new day government who we know still have their same old way, now pressing them and putting more bureaucracy and shortened lengths of time for them to process matters associated with the very same VAT policies. And you know, it's very interesting because there was a consistent refrain that I saw as it relates to these very same businesses that leaves a contradiction, one that I don't care to fight. I just care to point out the fact that it is a serious, serious contradiction. Because our good Senator, the Attorney General, spoke and presented detailed arguments on levels of consultations that was had by the Ministry of Finance and on the budget. He even mentioned personal contact with the Madam President of the Chamber of Commerce by the Ministry of Finance. And he said, I witnessed and paid respect to a dear friend, the President of the Chamber of Commerce, who was in the lobby, boy, you got detail, headed to see the Financial Secretary and Mr. Alcides. So he actually stated that, so to take the position that there has been no consultation is just flat out wrong. Well, you know, I wasn't there, but I do listen to the news and I do listen to everyone else. I've heard all the grocers and their complaints as relate to lack of consultation. I've heard the pharmaceutical people as of relate to lack of consultation. I've heard all this over and over, and actually I've seen in writing where the President of the Chamber of Commerce on January the 20th, June the 20th, wrote a letter which says, and I quote in part, in the second paragraph, it is unfortunate that these policy shifts are increasingly announced absent of proper prior consultation or consultation that lacks sufficient details and advance notice in order to facilitate meaningful engagement with the business community to correct any clear missteps or ensure a smooth implementation. They say some of these policies include the reduction in time requirements to submit VAT returns from 21 days to 14. I know things tight, boy, but the way I see the government going after people, I'm wondering if they joins us. Because now it's to the point that what we leveling, despite what my good senator actually said, was that taxes are being most likely applied to, they say, the wealthy. Yet I know many non-wealthy people struggling with their mortgage are getting letters telling them, more so demand letters from the government, that if you don't pay that thing, we're gonna make the bank pay us and put it on your mortgage, and ain't nothing you could do about it because we coming for that thing. And that's interesting because I've been hearing the complaints and I've seen it. And the Chamber of Commerce said, related to that with the VAT and the shortage of time, I mean, it seems as if you almost deliberately trying to put added cost on the operations of business with these policies and the demanding for professional accountants. I mean, I understand you say it's international services, but they're demanding to put additional cost in providing and meeting these standards, record keeping, and even additional hire. Maybe that's part of the trick to help increase the unemployment rate by forcing small businesses to have to go through bureaucracy to hire and pay high rates for professionals to be able to at least maintain the standard that is put here. So to implement new business rules without full and open consultation with the business community, laying a compendium of bills in the House Assembly during the budget debate which have not gone out for consultation, many of which pertaining to making changes in the way business is conducted, and have been announced to come in effect July 1st, more notice should have been given to the business community. And it goes on, it's a 2-page letter from the Chamber of Commerce. I listen often to the members opposite raising the issue, saying how the Life to Key boys sent a letter and things change. But I submit to you, after that strong boast of revenue that is significant to meeting this budget projection, and one statement from the cruise port, all of a sudden the government that makes no mistakes, oops, sorry. And I've never heard even the Attorney General admit to a mistake. I mean, he even taking the blame itself. I mean, that's called loyalty. Say it's a draftsmanship problem. And now all of a sudden, the cruise ships now get another 6 months reprieve. When I remember the debate with the doctors and pharmacists, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Minister Alcides, I'm going to paraphrase it. The date is the date. You meet the date or not. You got to meet the date. You know, I listen to our Prime Minister, who often move around, and it is being said in the community, being a mere mortally in his advocacy. And I don't consider that bad. I consider it a compliment. She's one of the best and forerunning advocates for climate change. But in looking at that, I find myself so often very, very perplexed at what he does in terms of his consideration of matters relating to whom? I really do have to wonder. Because if you follow the headlines that has been following this administration and its overall judgment, you'll find it sorely wanting in the eyes of the Bahamian people and the eyes of the Bahamian public. And I dare to say you would find in it some of the most rank hypocrisy, because when you get to the point that you criticize something and don't even say sorry or go back on it, got to be a problem. I'll give you one example. In this budget right now, there has been allotted another $17 million for Grand Lucaya. So far to date, that's been about $40 million pumped into Grand Lucaya Hotel, which the then administration bought for $65 million to save it in the interest of Grand Bahama. The PLP, it worked apparently better than you guys, and save it and had a deal in place for it. The then Davis administration was very much so against that deal. They canceled it out of place. And then, and I heard, and this is not derogatory at all, I heard with good feelings in my heart when the senators from Grand Bahama expressed great joy at the announcement of the sale of the Grand Lucaya, which was just pending a 60-day due diligence. And everybody was happy for that. And come to find out that fell through the deal for $100,000. And it's interesting because the then administration said, no, the current administration said, we're going to sell the Grand Lucaya for $150 million, not 65. Then they put it up and agreed to $100 million, and that fell through, and still added $40 million of funds into it to keep it afloat, which is due to the delay in the original sale. And then you're forced to remember the quote from Prime Minister Davis, which says this, and this is where we come to judgment again. Say, in my experience, quoting Prime Minister, it may be very well, in my experience, it may very well be meant putting it up for a sale at a fire sale and not just waiting to try to turn a profit, because you're not going to turn a profit. That's what Philip Brave Davis said at the time as opposition leader about the Grand Lucaya. Nevertheless, he found himself in the exact same conundrum, whereas their deals have been falling through. And I think the only silver lining in this is the fact that the Deputy Prime Minister has pledged not to go and make these grandiose promises again, and to be a bit more diligent in his pronouncements of a sale as it relates to that or anything else.
Are you tabling these articles at this time or at
Every
the end?
single one, when I finish, every single
Okay.
one.
Thank you, Senator.
And so you begin to wonder matters again as related to judgment. This is important because one of the financial international regulatory agencies said about this budget that the budget, and I'm paraphrasing, the government is going to be walking a very tight rope with this budget. There's virtually no room for error. So in actuality, it means that we're going to need this administration to be on its uttermost prudent and diligent behavior. But I still find plenty issues with the judgment. I find issue with the judgment because when members of the cabinet in collective responsibility, and this one time I must acknowledge that there definitely is a disconnect. The cabinet minister, Mr. Bell, stood as related to the cruise port, that in and of itself is a bad deal. And it's interesting to see the reply of the cruise port and to see the revenues that are being generated with the cruise port. And to summarize it, in short, he spoke about him being a lawyer, and he spoke about land conveyances and things related to land matters. And it's the worst deal in the history of government. And it caused me to have to question the judgment of our ministers. But yet, the deal is so bad, I like to ask the side opposite, and again, I'm asking this because this is not illegal. It is not improper, me asking this. I wish I had some money to do it. So it's a little bit of jealousy. How many of the cabinet ministers invested in the port? You're not going to invest in a bad deal. If I had a couple of dollars, I would invest in it myself. And the whole issue of raising the technicality of probable errors in the surveillance or anything else as related to the cruise port is so redundant for a lawyer or a minister. You know why? Because the port never ceased to be the possession of the Bahamian people and the Bahamian government. Jesus Lord. It's a bad deal that we're making more money off the port. We get the investors to pay for the port. We get more tax revenue off the port than we had before. We get more boost in our tourism because now we have a port second to none. We've always been able to carry the largest cruise ship now, whatever they build could get in our waters. And you who is a part of our collective responsibility in our country could say with such force that this is a bad deal. Listen here, this budget is a tightrope, and we need for everyone who is operating in government, everyone from the civil servant up to everyone that is leading, to ensure that we meet these objectives. This is important to all of us. I don't want the PLP administration to fail in this. It is important to this, but brother, some people, y'all gotta move because of the way they think. I'm serious, you gotta move because the way they think. And the port is sparking such new life. Forget the direct cash that is going into the government, into the taxi drivers and everything else over the hill. So much so that Senator Randy Roll now have a responsibility of something that we are fighting on a long time, that we gotta clear these derelict buildings because the increased volume. We need to ensure the right message goes out about us. You gotta wonder about the judgment. But I'm glad, to the credit of the Deputy Prime Minister and the Prime Minister, they didn't necessarily sink his ship, but they stood up and acknowledged the value the value of the port. Judgment.
The man said it wasn't for the Prime Minister, the port would not have been completed. That's what the man said. Don't do.
Judgment is a very, very serious thing. You know, there's a story in the Bible about the talents, you know. When God gave one talent to one fella, he gave another two to the next one, he gave five to the other one. The other one come back and say, I invested this and I made a turnover. The other one say, I was scared and I buried it and I didn't get no return because I was scared of you. He said, you know what? Give that to the other one and you get out of here because something wrong with your head. You don't understand that I expect increase, expansion. Every budget, even if a government ends up with a deficit, supposed to inure benefits to the Bahamian people across. The only satisfaction for a government running a deficit is when they look over their shoulder and see the taxi cab drivers making money, the Siri drivers making money. They see the straw market working well. They see the economy growing. Yeah, because that justifies the deficits. But we talking about judgment and we talking about history. And yeah, we're thanking God for the bounce back because the country, and this isn't just a credit to singly the government, this is a credit to the indomitable spirit of the Bahamian people, which also Senator Alcides spoke to as related to the preamble, which speaks about the character of our Bahamian people. But the Bahamian people could be as industrious as they can if a government doesn't match them in lockstep and do what government's supposed to do, facilitate, then we would not ever obtain. You know, while I'm on that one individual as well, Madam President, we have in our compendium of bill the immigration fee amendment regulation bills. And we're still talking about judgment, you know. We're still talking about judgment, same individual, so when I move of it completely. There are fees being amended as relate to this, and let me give you some things that I first credit Minister Bell with. In a statement that he wrote, everything I'm going to just sign and just give right to you. In a statement that was attributed to him, where he says, government won't rush citizenship approvals. And just one or two salient points that speaks to the gravity and why I support this statement at this time. He said that, and I'm quoting him, that will not happen. Maybe I should read the upper one to clarify that. But no, it's a good statement, so I don't have to go that far. It will not happen overnight, meaning citizenship. Nor do I encourage that we ought to rush the process, because once we grant the citizenship, that is it. He was responding to the question that was asked to him about rushing the process of citizenship, and he was given an answer under the context of the need for due diligence. Maybe to make sure I represent him properly, let me just read that full thing. He said, as a matter of fact, I have 3 cases on my desk, speaking about persons who do fraudulent things. We have to ensure that we do our due diligence, and we must make a recommendation to go before the cabinet for citizenship, that we are satisfied that we turn over every stone to make sure that every person is in fact entitled to that. Then he goes on to my quote, that will not happen overnight, nor do I encourage that we ought to rush the process, because once we grant citizenship, that is it. Then I asked if the government should have a timeline on the process of processing citizenship application. The minister blinked. That's a facial expression that they were saying he did. You know, it can be like, yeah, like that. I don't think it is reasonable for the government to necessarily put in place a timeline, he replied. And this is his response. And I'll read one other point. Bell said, citizenship is the birthright that must be protected at all costs. We are asking for those persons who have applied. And yes, they may have an entitlement, but the reality is, given the very large fraud, given the number of documents that we get that we know are fraudulent, we want to ensure that we do everything, and we are satisfied that we do not circumvent any process, he said. And then that is very, very important, and I support that. Even though, and I support that even in the vein of saying, do your best to speed up. But do your best to speed up is not to compromise this standard, because we understand the processes that we are going through. And then seeing that this bill speaks about the fees in immigration that we will be amending, which I don't support, because I don't think the fees should be a decision just solely left up to a minister. I feel that it should be something that should go through a process. That should go through a process, whereas it is just simply presented through Parliament for transparency. But here it is as related to fees. Mr. Bell made a statement that I heard, and in that statement that I heard, he said that adults must pay for their citizenship, but children don't. And then that caused me to ask myself, in that setting, the same setting in which Minister Bell was at the funeral and he did the citizenship, the processes of citizenship for foreign individuals at the church, which caused some serious controversy. I believe that a lot of us in heart look at the reasoning in heart and say, we feel that. But the thing about that is, when it comes to constitutional matters, in matters that carry the gravity as which Mr. Bell stated in the first article that I raised, believe it or not, that must be addressed dispassionately. Because quite frankly, some of our nearby foreign illegal migrants that come here have some stories that probably even transcends that one of death on a hospital bed. Some of them came through earthquakes when they watched their whole family crushed, have nothing to gain for or nothing to gain or live with, and even come here with the injuries they survived with when their whole family was crushed. Some running away from gang violence. And I've seen videos of people being eaten in that country. I've seen videos of an elderly lady being beaten with a child by a mob to death and then burnt. I've seen all kinds of things and situations that persons would have gone through. But when it comes down to the sacredness of things that are constitutional, there's no room for emotion. I am one who can't fathom rape. And I'll say this only because it's public, Mr. Speaker. My daughter's in Miss Bahamas, and her platform is against rape because she suffered it in college. And she's been counseling ladies who do through that. So when you see me pull back a lot of different things, only because she decided to speak about it publicly at home, I disdain that. But if I have to adjudicate something on that as a judge, I have to separate my disdain for however the man look when he come in court, however whoever, and I got to adjudicate upon that based upon the merit of the facts. If not, I fall down in my duty and I should recuse myself from that case because I am emotionally biased. You catch what I'm saying? Yeah. And I'm sure on law that is an avenue. Yeah. You're too close to the matter. Step back. Let the officers deal it. I don't care if you tell them to do your best, make it move fast, but step back. And then the thing with law is also the very appearances. We've had judges who have been asked to be recused simply because they happen to be to a party with a friend who happened to be somewhat associated with somebody coming before them. You know, lawyers can find some way to judge shop. But yet we find these situations where persons find themselves too close to the matter, and it is not a justifiable excuse to say because I felt it in my heart. And then not only that, this is what it raises, because when something is done constitutionally in law, that's why now the Attorney General, those are making arrangements with the Passport Office to make some arrangements for persons to get passports and everything. Why? Because there was a ruling in the Privy Council, eh? Once you set a precedent with anything, you're obligated. You done set that precedent. So quite frankly, you better come by St. Paul's Baptist Church on Bernard Road when I'm ready. And I want that application to be done publicly. I think there's a reason why for these processes to be done that way that was respected. And you know what? This is a rule that our founding father made. I don't know of any constitutional amendment that made any changes to this. This is a rule that our forefathers made from Sir Lyndon Those come straight on up. And that was a practice. And this is what I have a problem with, because you know why? We all know that everything, in a sense, everything is political. Political parties appoint judges. You see what I'm saying? Political parties appoint commissioners. You understand? So they have a hand in it. But you know, the persons, the prime minister, in consultation with whoever else, yes, does that. And the prime minister is associated with a party. So the political directorate. But even in those appointments, they must step themselves back to ensure that there is no mischief. One of the reasoning behind your claim of political victimization in Shane Giston's case, because the claim was that the government had a hand in it. You see what I'm saying? And so whether you like it or not, it is a legal argument. So you must distance yourself from these things. And that is absolutely not an excuse, and it set a precedent. Let me show you how bad that precedent going in the mind of people. Now they saying, you know, like how we have the success of your job program. I see the same Minister of Labor, Mr. Keith Bell, spoke of a success of 3,000 jobs from labor on the block. Now it makes it seem like citizenship on the block. Now it gives the impression, it gives the impression to now change, you know, I think it gives the impression, I'm taking it down to the extreme. So knowing that it gives the reasonable consideration of appeasement, because it gives relevance to appeasement. So the problem with that is, what it does is, it puts the government of the Bahamas, the committee of the Bahamas, even if it happens to be through the cabinet, that the process puts all of that into a bad light. And quite frankly, it's to the point that even listening to the processes that was stated by Mr. Bell as to the steps that were taken, it still doesn't leave me and many people satisfied that it was properly satisfied. And quite frankly, I want to call for a judicial review of that particular process, because it needs to be reviewed for the benefit of all. And just to make sure that the process would have been properly, so the process can be particularly ensured that the process was literally done properly and set that matter at peace. Let me show you also another side of this that people miss. When persons, but we don't know what process even to the persons who have been blessed with citizenship. That robbed them of the dignity of the glorious freedom to be called Bahamian. Because why? Their names are out there. And because how it's done was so unusual that people now look at them, you know the realities of society, and that's not fair to them. That's not fair to them if things were done properly. And the only way to give peace and to bring back accountability and peace of mind in this venture is to have it just independently look at and to establish that, listen here, yes, all steps was followed. You see? And that's a simple fact. And as it relates to the bill, all fees were paid appropriately, because the impression was that, okay, now that we do this, you're going to have to pay the fee. So what I'm simply saying is, we need to err on, if you want to say something, stand up and say it, all right? Because what's misleading, let me show you something about judgment. We talk about the port, Madam President. Let's talk about BTC, Madam President, another sale that went through. And the then opposition, which is now the government, oh, they sell our patrimony and everything else. And let me show you the reality about BTC, you know, and Senator Malcolm-Alkidis could confirm this. Since the sale of BTC, the government has been generating more revenue from BTC than when they was operating it. And definitely none of the headache and all the cronyisms and all the other things that normally plague government corporations. The fact is, the government has accrued more benefit. Is that true or not? The government has accrued more benefit, more cash from BTC than they did when they actually owned and operated BTC. The same way now, you know, the government is getting more from that cruise port and will get more from the cruise port. The cruise port will be better operated than they did when they run the cruise port. The same way with NAD, the government is making more from NAD than when they used to run it. And when that has been properly done, because it is bad, I'm not talking about Nassau Cruise, Nassau, which call it the flight service, and so on and so forth. I'm talking about the airport in and of itself. Our airport was a brilliant idea and how it was actually developed. All right? And guess what? We still own the airport. We still have shares at BTC and everything else. But the short of it, Madam President, regardless of what anyone tried to say, there needs to be a review. If we're talking about judgment, because in this budget, we're going to have to go down the road of serious judgment. And we need to know we can trust this administration to come up with the level of focus to be able to ensure that we have a successful year. Let me tell you why I'm concerned. And under the last Perry Christie administration, and I've said this before and I say it again, VAT was introduced. And I'm glad because, again, we have the father of VAT in this house, Michael Alkidis, Simon Wilson. Do I need to use the agricultural term that the senator used in terms of extracting semen? Do I have to explain it that way? This is the daddy of VAT. And also Simon Wilson, same person, and also by extension, we know our Honorable Prime Minister Bray Davis and Honorable Prime Minister Perry Christie. And you intended to do it at 15, and he was trying to sneak that through, but you corrected it, so God is good. During that time when VAT was introduced, we had the most successful VAT launch, I think, in the history of the Caribbean. We had almost $1 billion extra. You want to tell me what the GDP of the country was based upon the projection? And in those 5 years of the same crew being at the helm, which is Senator Malcolm Alkidis, which is Simon Wilson, all right? And Prime Minister Bray Davis is always the Deputy Prime Minister, et cetera, et cetera. Every single year, that administration shows the same practices I'm seeing today, cause us to be downgraded every single year until they are now, the PLP, the is now also the father of junk status in this country. It was that administration that brought us to junk status, and it was that administration that brought us to the point where we are right now, that the cost of our borrowing is so high. And it cost me to switch to something, And I think I am so glad for the wisdom of Bahamian people. Let me tell you why. Because, here we go, Madam Speaker. Because, and this relates now to BPL, and want me to see show you how much million y'all giving BPL in the budget, so you see the relevance? And this also tied to judgment. Our country is to the point being junk status, and we are constantly trying to refinance our debt and other strategies to be able to reduce that cost of borrowing, which is part of the significant impact on our recurring debt and deficits, because the cost of paying interest alone. So now we are in this state. And then there was a time when, under the former administration, when we came into power, let me show you how all things tie in. When we came into power, one of the things that got the Progressive Liberal Party thrown out, so much so that they stood up in a rally and they promised that if you vote us in again, they can give you all free electricity. People say that electricity we can't be on for 5 minutes. We don't want that free. But it's interesting how the plan for free electricity seemed to not be feasible under this brilliant New Day, old way administration. Because this would be a good time for that policy to be kicked in, but instead, we are not only paying more for electricity, we have been promised, they gave us a promise, and I bet you that one can fall through, you can get 2 more rate hikes on BPL. Y'all have promised that. Y'all smart, y'all promised that before the budget, so people don't feel that in the budget. So y'all promised that over, a year and a half in. So it's going to get worse, but let me tell you how that happened and how that helps the government today and why I see that reflected in the Prime Minister's speech through my own eyes. When we came in, BEC was in a terrible state. Basin and the team and those brilliant people in chairmanship at that time came up with a scheme which we now know as the fuel hedging, which also shows a problem with judgment, because we saw the conflict of words and even interest between the Prime Minister and the now Minister of Works, the Honorable Alfred Sayers, with pronouncements made in the House about the hedging, which was later proved that they had access to and they knew about the hedging, but just refused to do it. That caused a controversy, would led us into the higher costs than necessary. But let me show you how all this adds up. The same board in BTC at that time, the same board, that's why you still pay the legacy debt, the same board at BTC at that time, Madam President, they came up with a strategy to help the Bahamian people. That's why under the FNM, even while everybody was home, most people was home during COVID, their bills were lower than it is now. Blackouts was virtually a thing of the past. To get a blackout, somebody had to hit a lamppost and knock it down. I was amazed that when we came into borrowing, just like how I think Prime Minister Brave Davis said that this administration left with what, 500 million in unpaid debt, something that y'all said, the same way the former administration left debt that we had to address. And I was pleasantly surprised that by the second year of our term, the generators for BPL was already moving down our streets. You know what that meant? From day one, the commitment to fix the power problem was addressed because the foundation for the generator was being built while the generator was being built to ship here. And by the time the generator arrived here, the foundation was ready there for it to sit on because that was forward planning. Not only that, I'll give you another one. When the other set of generators came in, it was the exact time that the generators in Bimini caught a fire. And all they did was turn that generator around and ship it straight to Bimini. So maybe if Bimini one didn't catch a fire, we'd have still had that extra generation. But because it was there, but you know what happened that really saved us was forward thinking of Bahamian people. The board that was in place for BPL did something extraordinary. that I'm glad that I'm seeing the Prime Minister, according to what I see in his address, which I will read, is now mimicking, and I give him credit for that. They realize that because we are in the PLP junk status, that we cannot borrow. And because of the debt load of BPL, they cannot borrow or get into the hedging agreement because of the rate that they will have to pay and the amount that they have to come up with. They could not do it. So they decided to go to the IDB. The IDB as an institution is like a country. The IDB has a AAA rating. But the problem is the IDB don't do business with entities, they do business with countries. So they went with the IDB and discussed the possibility, and then they took it to the Prime Minister Ingram and said, listen here, the country needs to back this hedging so that, and guarantee it on behalf of BPL for the country so that we could hedge like the best of them and get the best rate and the best deal and saving for the Bahamian people. So when we hedged with our money, we hedge it through the IDB credit, and we were able to get the best rate that we can get right now. And thus the hedging was so important and the savings were there. And now I'm glad, because I see it here in the Prime Minister's contribution, and I'll read. The CDB has a portfolio of 7 loans valued $111.4 million, and the IDB has a portfolio of 23 loans valued at $836.6 million. In addition, the government is presently seeking the IDB board approval for the 2 policy-based guarantee instrument, which will allow access to market financing at even more favorable rates. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, and I am not in any which way disparaging the Prime Minister for this. I consider this a very mature move. And that's why in myself, I didn't even credit ministers for that. I credit Bahamians. We got good Bahamians. We got Bahamians that we put in charge of BPL, unlike when the Prime Minister and the food program was spoken of in this debate and just resealed by Senator Recia. When the Prime Minister criticized the operators of the food program, saying they're making $1,750 a week. But when we go and look at the people in Power Secure, who they had in there would be kicked out and put Bahamians in charge of BPL, they were paying them $1,750 a day. And BPL was still a bunch of malarkey. Sound like Joe Biden, eh? I retract that. I almost sound like Joe Biden. Yeah. The thing about it is, why I say that and why we should all be happy, that's a celebration of Bahamian capability. But why? Because of political arrogance, we find ourselves not wanting to actually follow things that are successful. And now the same Bahamian people we are saying we helping are really the victims of you who put them in some of that hell they're in. Because the same businesses that say you're not consulting with them, saying, and all the other expenses you're putting on them, saying that one of their number one expenses is electricity. You can't throw a bucket in the water in the well at one end and scoop 2 buckets out on the other end, but the first end get the TV camera, but nobody's seeing you draining the well at the back end. And these things are very, very, very important for us to understand. Can they handle the judgment that is going to be needed to navigate these narrow, slim, marginal trends that they have in this budget for error? They don't have it. I look at some of the headlines that was talking about this administration. Look at that one. Turning point. The PLP government off track and off message. And they're talking about this administration losing focus of its target. Look at this one. Oh my God, now y'all ain't gonna do this no more, right? The growing pale. Why do OPM fund political trip? Again, man, how we get inside these things. Look at this next one. When policy decisions do more harm than good, flying blind. I need confidence that you all can deliver on this thing. Look at this one. Reality check. Say when politics take a backseat, where policies take a backseat to politics. Listen here. What I'm saying is, we counting on you all to do better, man.
Please.
That ain't no insult. That is my earnest plea. Please. I don't need to hear when he come into another budget like Senator Alcides did when he came here and this budget and he was talking about, and he was reading about y'all so-called 2% savings. Boy, y'all hoodwink up people good, you know. Y'all to 2% savings, and I hear him literally thinking, say they give beans, greens, tomato, ram, on, hog, dog, jeans, green, potato, tomato. But at the end of the day, when you bite that 2% and you look at what you lost your VAT holidays on hurricane supplies. Oh, and that can make a difference. You lose your VAT holidays on school supplies and everything else. You lose all the exemptions, your medical, your this. And so listen here, you got hoodwinked, you got bamboozled for 2%. That is almost worse than the 2% of PTC that the then Prime Minister Christie say is gonna do all that, and people still waiting on it. Why I always see this 2% thing? You say 2%, but you got hoodwinked, and in order to get hoodwinked, all the exemption you had under the F&M VAT, you're paying full on those. And now you're feeling it across the board. Let me tell you what crabs know. Crabs know how they get boiled. They put you in the pot slowly and turn up the heat slowly. You're so happy for that 2% that by the time you realize it, you're so ankle deep in it.
2026.
You're dead. And these are the things that we are suffering today under this administration. I mean, I want us to listen to even down to John Pinder, the member for Abago. Which side Abago? Southern Central. And I quote him, he say, power has been absolutely disgraced in Abaco. I finish it now. Power has been one less than on, but half the time less, or less than 30% of the time. The power is not only unsteady and off, but when it comes on, it cuts off immediately. Right now, we're going through a crisis of power with BPL for something that was fixed. And I wonder how it get broken in 2 whole years. And I end on this note because Senator Pinder had left, and he spoke this in the House Assembly, and he spoke it here in the Senate, that there was a generator that burnt down in BPL. I think that might have been last year. And he said that was the problem. He started to talk. But let me tell you something with that generator under the FM, you know. That generator was insured. So when that one burned down, the other one burned down, they was able to collect the insurance on it, they fixed the old one, used the other one for parts, and they buy a new generator. Because unlike the situation in Bamsey, unlike the CRIP insurance that we had for catastrophic events in the Bahamas that we benefited from during Dorian, and I'm glad that the PLP has it in their budget now, we make sure we're covered. With that, Madam President, sure I get 30 minutes. I ain't start.
Thank you, Senator Ruben Ramming, for your contribution. As many.
Madam President, I didn't want to interrupt
Senator Honorable Michael Alcides.
Interrupt the senator as he was in full flight.
Senator.
But I just wanted to correct 1 or 2 statements that the senator made. The senator said that we tried to slip VAT in at 15%. We tried to slip it past the people.
And you didn't do it. No, you didn't do it.
I just want to make the point, Madam President. When I walked into the Ministry of Finance in 2012 as Minister of State for Finance, the legislation was written. The public relations program was already finalized on how VAT was to be introduced at 15%. And so that was from a previous administration. We started to continue that process, and eventually through consultation, we came in at 7.5%.
Okay, so you start.
He's saying the daddy.
That's okay, Pops.
I'm not, well, you know,
That's
they
not
say
good
I'm the
enough.
father, but you know, when it was implemented, after the delay and the consultation, as the senator rightly said, it was touted as the most efficient in the entire Caribbean. I would also like to say, Madam President, that the VAT holidays for school supplies and hurricane supplies continued. We did have it last year for school supplies. And I don't want to do a rebuttal or anything, but just the point on the hedging, Madam President, is that the senator rightly stated that during COVID, when the entire world economy was closed down, oil was trading at $20 a barrel. And so to put in the hedge was very advantageous. Yes, the IDB, with the IDB's assistance. When it was a good move at $20. When the time came to renew a portion of it, prices had escalated because the economy had opened up, Madam President. And I would say that because I don't want to do a rebuttal. I just wanted to those particular points to put that on the table, Madam President. And as last thing, as to being the father of the junk status, you know, when we were downgraded to below investment grade, it was very. The fact of the matter is, it did happen under our watch, yes. But S&P, when they did it, they did say it was because of Hurricane Matthew and because of the bankruptcy of Bahama, which had just been reopened at the time it happened around 2016. And what they claimed was that we would not feel the impact of the opening of Bahama in that period until many years later. And so they made that decision. But unfortunately, they did make it. And so factually, it did happen under our watch, but for reasons that were stated.
If I may, why don't we do this? Because this is the upper house. All right? Why don't we, as politicians who are honorable and always supposed to speak honestly, just honestly recognize circumstances that impact things? Could we agree on that? Could we stop acting like COVID didn't exist, Dorian didn't exist, and what it impacted? And I will receive your information at things that impact you. Could we do that? Could you all recognize the reality of the great work the FNM did in the struggle? In the struggle? That's called honorable.
Yes,
and if we do that, I'll be happy.
If I may, Madam President, if I may, and just in response to the Honorable Senator, is in my presentation, I did say, when I referenced the increase of the debt and the increase of the debt in the foreign currency, I went to great length to say that it was due to the shutdown of the economy and our inability at the time to generate foreign currency, and that's why we had to do it. I wasn't apportioning any blame or anything.
Agree.
Yes.
Yeah. And
Madam
I
President.
just want to say, Senator Alcides,
Yes,
I'm saying respectfully for me. I don't come here to grandstand. Just a second. I would
30,
never be offended.
30 seconds, Senator Rubin.
I would never be offended for correction. Actually, I would be offended if I'm allowed to go down a road, because you hear me many times, I'll say, please correct me. Because that's not who I am as a person. I don't intend to lose my character because of politics. Because people are listening, and it's not my intent to impugn on anybody's character. But if there's something, you're not offending Reuben by correcting him, although I thank you for your gentleness, and I pray that for Senator Pistock. I fast and pray.
Yeah, you need to fast too, but
Madam President, just before Senator Pickstock takes the floor, I move that the Senate do stand suspended for 5 minutes.
Is there a second? It is moved and seconded that the Senate be suspended for 5 minutes. As many as in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The Senate stands suspended for 5 minutes. As many? The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Darren Pickstock.
Good evening, Madam President, my Senate colleagues. I am deeply humbled, and I recognize I'm also privileged, Madam President, and I'm appreciative and grateful in this place this afternoon, Madam President, to lend my voice to the debate on the government's 2023-2024 national budget. Madam President, before I dive in, I would like to join with my Senate colleagues in congratulating the graduates this year, Madam President, and just to say well done and keep on keeping on. All the best in the years and months and weeks ahead as you decide what it is you want to do in your next phase of your lives. I would also like to join my Senate colleagues in welcoming Next Gen to the gallery. And I would like to say to Senator Duncombe, continue doing the great work that you are doing, sir. Madam President, in that vein, I also want to congratulate the hard-working staff of the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Economic Affairs, who have risen to this spectacular challenge on the dawn of our 50th year as an independent nation in formulating and packaging a budget which speaks with clarity, Madam President, to education, national and personal security, infrastructure, health and wellness, climate concerns, energy, consciousness, social and welfare assistance, while paying down the deficit and retooling and organizing to collect outstanding taxes and encouraging the haves among us to pay their fair share. Madam President, it is quite perfunctory and predictable that some will look at the written budget and its figures and lyrics and overlook and disabuse the diligence, study, and gravity of the purposefulness that went into consecrating it, Madam President. Madam President, this is the work of some of our brightest minds. They have painstakingly sought for fairness, equity, and transparency that goes into bringing this document to the Parliament. The budget has achieved, in my opinion, one stellar distinction of noteworthy difference that I think was missing in the budgets presented by the former Free National Movement government. This budget is a delightful symphony of smooth and acute relevance and topical consensus, and shows the architects of a unique and clear grip and cognizance of the Bahamian people and the island archipelago state, and how best to manage budgetary affairs over the projected annual period with a more than strong emphasis and focus that projections will be met, goals achieved, and the widest cross-section of the population will benefit. The small man will be absolved, and economic empowerment and participation will be open, fair, and transparent. Madam President, the ship of state, though tossed about at times upon the fashions and the mode of the seas, remain regal, elegant, resourceful, resilient, super recharged. Our bark is seaworthy. There is a new captain at the wheel, and the ship of state has been skillfully maneuvered out of the dangerous shoals, reefs, and rocks and shallows on which the previous captain beached the vessel. I know we have some seamen in here, so they would understand what I'm saying. The previous captain dismissed his navigational ignorance and masked his incompetency in the facets and inexhaustible emergency powers. That captain, whether he realizes it or not, has been adjudged by the Bahamian people to have ruled with an iron, unforgiving, and oppressive hand. Comparing how that captain led through the world COVID pandemic to how other regional nations managed their affairs while keeping public health and safety at the forefront of public policy is a stark contrast. Once again, a fresh wind is blowing, as the budget so emphatically shows. Unemployment is down to an historic low. The deficit has been put to check. Revenue streams are lively and projections are on target. Madam President, I repeat, revenue streams are lively and projections are on target. The Bahamas is basking in international acclaim and admirable interest on the international front as the new captain of the ship of state is on the world stage, leading the region in brokering common sense purposefulness and climate change pledges and projections to save not just the Bahamas and our very existence, but to spare the planet, Madam President. Madam President, we arrive here at this junction of history with this 2023-2024 national budget, possessed of the finest precision components of sophisticated intellectual, economic, and financial engineering on the drawing board with a new captain, with an experienced, caring, sturdy, steady hand on the wheel, and a selfless crew, cooperative, cabin, and cargo components to take us, Madam President, with quantum speed, safely, securely, and orderly into the next 50 years, Madam President. We have the Bahamian people to thank for exercising their God-given right to choose in free and fair general elections in September 2021. Premature in its date, but urgently necessary at the dire hour for the dawn of a new day, Madam President, and the enlistment of the new captain and first mate and crew, Madam President. This historic budget, Madam President, marks the end of our nation's first 50 years as an independent, sovereign, and democratic country. And this budget is the gateway to the first steps we will take on the 11th of July this year as we grow, progress, and toil and tarry towards the next 50 years of building this nation. As Pinling put it, strong, vibrant, and proud, Madam President. As we rise up on the 11th day of July in the year of our Lord, 2023, to begin the second half of our national odyssey, Madam President, I am reminded of a great American orator who put it simply: we as a people will get to the promised land, Madam President. Madam President, before I like to go back, Madam President, to understand what it is when we, the government, the Davis administration came into office, Madam President. We inherited, Madam President, a country in severe crisis, Madam President. Our economy was in crisis. Our fiscal stability was in crisis. Our healthcare system was in crisis, Madam President, and our schools were closed with no plans to repair and or reopen them, Madam President. The most pressing issues included the aftermath of hurricanes Irma and Dorian and the devastating effects.
Point of order, Madam President.
What is your point of order?
The
So
mem-
Chair, can I send the Honorable Darren
Members
Harrington? What's your
misleading.
point of
The
order?
member's misleading. Schools, he knows quite well. The member knows quite well that schools were closed because of the COVID pandemic. And so to stand here and say there were no plans, they were closed and no plans of opening them, it's deceptive.
Thank you. Please resume.
Madam President, I thought my statements were quite clear in that I made it very clear that, of course, we were in the pandemic. However, there were no plans afoot.
How could there be if you were
Right.
in a pandemic?
And so I think that is quite clear. Anyway, what my point is,
Please proceed with your presentation.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The lack of transparency regarding the nation's finances under the previous administration further compounded these challenges, Madam President. We immediately addressed the most pressing concerns of the public and ended curfews, travel visas, and the emergency orders, Madam President. Reopening the economy and reviving festivals and regattas allowed the economy and job market to rebound, Madam President, as local businesses thrived and life returned to normal, Madam President. As a result of unemployment, levels are down to pre-pandemic levels, and the nation is seeing record-breaking arrivals of visitors to our shores, Madam President. The reopening of the economy of the country was supported by evidence-based approach to pandemic management, which included expanded access to vaccine tests and masks to minimize the spread of the virus. This included the distribution of 172,000 free COVID tests and 1 million free medical grade masks. Given the vulnerabilities exposed in our healthcare system by the pandemic, the government improved infrastructure and expanded capacity in public healthcare facilities, Madam President, in New Providence and the Family Islands, and hired additional doctors and nurses to strengthen public healthcare, Madam President. The Catastrophic Healthcare Fund was established to support Bahamians in meeting their critical health care needs. Madam President, all I am suggesting, Madam President, is this is what a caring government would do. This is what a government would do when deciding and determining these issues. They determine them on an evidence-based approach. It's simple. Madam President, to address the related cries of absenteeism and learning loss, the administration reopened schools for the return of in-person learning and launched a task force to identify ways to engage students and to oversee nationwide testing to assess individual learning needs, Madam President. The Find Every Child initiative brought thousands of students back to school, providing them with social and learning support, Madam President. The National Smart Start program was started to provide workforce readiness skills to students left behind during the pandemic, and more teachers were hired to address staffing shortage, Madam President. Simultaneously, Madam President, the Davis administration expedited the rebuilding process for storm-affected islands to fully restore critical utilities and services and build more resilient infrastructure, while also addressing, Madam President, the needs of displaced Bahamians whose homes were damaged and or destroyed after years of delays. The government launched the Home Assistance Repair Program and extended tax breaks and concessions in the Grand Bahama and Abaco recovery zone, Madam President. A presumption of death legislation was passed to facilitate more efficient process during circumstances of peril, such as hurricanes, Madam President. Madam President, recognizing the need to be proactive with the threat of climate change looming, the Bahamas has become a leading voice in the global fight against climate change, advocating for increased resources to be allocated for nations like ours to invest in climate resilience and prepare for more frequent, more destructive storms and rising sea levels, Madam President. Madam President, seeing the need for affordable housing, the Davis administration sprung into action, launching housing developments on New Providence as well as the Family Islands. To expand access to home ownership, the government's rent-to-own initiative was launched as a pilot program. This was coupled with concessions for first-time homeowners, reflecting the need to prioritize affordability to keep costs within reach. As the global inflation crisis led to rising prices at local grocery stores, Madam President, import duties on dozens of food items were reduced to mitigate the impact. Recognizing the need for more local food production, to lower the food import bill, an historic investment was made in agriculture and food security, with unprecedented funding made available for local farmers and agribusiness as a long-term solution to rising prices. The Golden Yolk Egg Project was introduced as a major step towards 100% local egg production. Madam President, this is what responsible government does. Madam President, the government moved forward with its progressive agenda to build more inclusive, resilient economies, allocating $50 million in funding to micro, small, and medium-sized businesses to empower Bahamian entrepreneurs, while bringing in over $1 billion in new investments to grow the economy, facilitate greater exports, and lower the trade deficit. The first ever national trade policy was introduced to empower Bahamian businesses as they engage in international trade. Public procurement legislation was repealed and replaced to allow more contract opportunities for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, family island businesses, and youth-owned businesses, Madam President, to provide expanded opportunities for the taxi industry. The moratorium on taxi plates was lifted. Madam President, a partnership between the Bahamas Maritime Authority and LJM Maritime Academy was established to provide more training opportunities for Bahamians in the maritime sector. Madam President, taking care of public servant was also a priority, as outstanding promotions and regularizations in New Providence and the Family Islands were settled, back pay and gratuities were paid, a public service-wide promotional exercise was initiated, public service pensions were increased, and salary increases were secured for thousands of public servants. Teachers and nurses received additional benefits, including a retention bonus for teachers, Madam President, a $100,000 insurance benefit for the loved ones of nurses who died in the line of duty, and an additional $10 per hour increase for nurses serving during the time of disaster, Madam President. Labor relations were improved with the establishment of 18 new union agreements, and national minimum wage was increased to public and private service sector employees earning minimum wage to make ends meet, Madam President. Madam President, national security was prioritized from the start. The Davis administration showed significant commitment to the country's safety and security by investing in new Royal Bahamas Defense Force vessels and recruiting of hundreds of new Royal Bahamas Police Force and Royal Bahamas Defense Force immigration officers, Madam President. Madam President, additional funding was allocated for the saturation patrols in high crime areas. For those who were successfully rehabilitated, second chances were given with the expungement of criminal records for minor offenses, including violations of the emergency orders. Let's not forget the coconut guy, Madam President. The empowerment of youth was a major focus as the government launched a National Youth Guard to assist the nation during national disasters and expanded urban renewal funding for the Second Chance program, Madam President, was significantly increased to support the ability of our young people to turn their lives around, Madam President. Madam President, to improve governance, the Fiscal Responsibility Act, the Public Finance Management Act, and the Public Procurement Act were amended in instances repealed and replaced to ensure greater transparency and accountability in public finance. The Revenue Enhancement Unit was empowered to increase government revenue generation through more efficient collection, avoiding the need to introduce new taxes and bringing about improved fiscal performance, Madam President. Madam President, at this time, I wish to focus my remaining contribution on education, health and wellness, and also dealing with the issue of the Grand Bahama Port Authority. Madam President, I am a proud product of the government public school system. I say that again, Madam President. I am a proud product of the government public school system. I am a graduate of the government high school, and education, Madam President, is my passion, Madam President. I know education can transform lives, Madam President. I am particularly excited about the government's initiative in education. The PLP government is committed to empowering our children and supporting our dedicated teachers. As I indicated, Madam President, 15% salary increases for teachers and administrators, taking action for better future. We are, as the government, Madam President, we are expanding teacher training, investing in professional development to equip our educators with cutting-edge skills and knowledge. We are modernizing curriculum, Madam President, updating our educational framework to ensure that it aligns with the needs of a rapidly evolving world, Madam President. Implementing learning recovery programs, helping students bridge any gaps caused by the pandemic, Madam President. The mantra, Madam President, is no child is left behind. Madam President, I beg leave to quote the Prime Minister very shortly. For instance, the Ministry of Education and Technical and Vocational Training, in collaboration with the 3 unions, have implemented a retention bonus scheme and awarded salary increases and increments for teachers and administrators, end quote. Madam President, most of us in here are too young to recall the historic teachers' union strike in 1981. Look how far, Madam President, we have come. Let the record reflect that the government's determination to keep education on the front burner, Madam President. Every progressive Liberal Party government has prioritized, Madam President. Every progressive Liberal Party government has prioritized education, Madam President. It is the front door of economic and professional opportunity. All of us in this place ought to be excited about the mantra and drive of the ministry under the capable leadership of Angliston Member of Parliament, Mrs. Glenys Hannah Martin, to get our students back on track, Madam President. Madam President, the COVID pandemic closed our schools, as I indicated, robbed our kids of so much, Madam President. We were behind, and now we must run so hard, Madam President, and fast to catch up. No child should be left behind. Madam President, to this end, the Minister has engaged several projects to lift our students up, Madam President. The Find Every Child project, Madam President. The National Smart Start program, Madam President. The National Learning Loss Initiative, Madam President. Madam President, in addition, increased funding for BAMSI. And I know my fellow senators will be happy to hear this. And the acute awareness we must have in the maritime and agricultural sector to feed ourselves, Madam President, and train and educate the professionals in this sector, Madam President. No time was more evident of this, of the importance of this, Madam President, than during the pandemic. Madam President, I am of the view that this is a national security issue. Madam President, this is achieved at the highest optimum level when our teachers and administrators are also justly compensated. To this end, the New Day government has awarded long overdue increments, and I state again, a 15% salary increase to our teachers and administrators. Let the record reflect, Madam President. The government is expanding the BAMSI program across our archipelago, Madam President. The COVID pandemic and the unfortunate and knee-jerk, I repeat, knee-jerk lockdowns visited pure havoc, Madam President, also on the private enterprises engaged in education. Many are still in desperate recovery mode. To assist in this national dilemma, the government has allocated funds to provide to private schools and other private agencies which house and provide guardianship for our parentless children. Madam President, no child shall be left behind. Madam President, no child should be left behind, Madam President. To deal with the shortfall of Bahamian teachers, the government has engaged the contractual services of 200 foreign teachers, Madam President, while Bahamian teachers are being trained aggressively to enter the job market and in our schools, Madam President. Our kids, Madam President, should have no excuse for failure. We are standing in the gap.
Madam President, I thank you, Senate, for yielding. Madam President, I move that the Senate do sit beyond 7 p.m. on today, the 28th of June, 2023.
It has been moved and seconded that the Senate will sit beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many are as in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The Senate will sit beyond the 7 p.m. hour.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, in keeping faith and step with the PLP's blueprint for change, the country will also get its very own edifice for the training and preparation of our thespians, our young performing artists, and the cottage industry this will create, Madam President. I wish to serve notice at this time that at the appropriate point, I shall engage in discourse, Madam President, on how the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas can finally tackle a significant sector of its mandate in providing the industry for our performing artists, Madam President. Madam President, the government must also be encouraged to provide support, technical and financial, for the heroes of our performing artists at the Dundas, in the music recording studio, in graphic arts and film and theater and television for our youth, Madam President. The coming 50 years, Madam President, seems exciting, Madam President. This is a good and a grand time to be young, Madam President. I wholeheartedly encourage and implore our talented young people to rise to the occasion, Madam President. Madam President, this budget also provides for new school edifices around the country. Madam President, several classroom blocks will be constructed at various schools during the 2023-2024 fiscal year to alleviate overcrowding and replacement of structures that have deteriorated, Madam President. They include the Cooperstown School, Madam President, Arthurstown, the Patrick J. Bethel High School, Madam President, the Emma Cooper Primary School, Madam President, construction of the administrative block at Foxtown Primary School, Madam President. Others include, Madam President, construction of a covered pavilion at R.M. Bailey School, Madam President, renovations and expansion of the Ministry of Education Supplies and Materials Warehouse, Madam President. Also, the Phase 2 redevelopment of the Government High School as well, Madam President. These projects are expected to be completed and ready for occupancy at the start of the academic year. Madam President, construction of the Staniel Key All-Age School in Exuma, Madam President. Construction of Holmes Rock High School, Grand Bahama, Madam President. The construction of Low Sound Primary High School in North Andros, where I hail from, Madam President. And construction of the Ragged Island Comprehensive School, Madam President. Madam President, this shows that education is at the forefront of the government's agenda, Madam President. Madam President, the Honorable Minister Glenys Hanna Martin, upon assuming her portfolio in 2022, has demonstrated a fierce and determined acumen to get our kids to the head of the class. The minister met a ministry in virtual shambles. Let's not sugarcoat this, Madam President. The minister met a ministry in virtual shambles. The COVID pandemic has closed schools, and unfortunately, students were left at home to follow curriculums. In many cases, national exams were stalled. Madam President, the minister brought new energy and sincerity to her portfolio, and the technocrats in the ministry were immediately engaged to do the work which they so love, which is to get the Bahamian students out front. We are beginning to see the appreciable dividends of their work. Let it never be forgotten that thousands of Bahamian students were severely disadvantaged in their primary, junior, high, secondary, and tertiary education. Let it never be forgotten, Madam President. The New Day government is committed to fixing this, Madam President. Madam President, these young and eager minds and spirits of our young people should never be shortchanged or abused for partisan political purposes, Madam President. These young people of today are the future leadership of tomorrow. It is therefore, Madam President, incumbent upon us to prepare them for the skill set they will require and need in an ever-changing world, Madam President. Madam President.
Senator.
Madam President, the member is again
Senator.
misleading. It's again misleading. The member asserts that the young people of our country, I wanted to allow him to finish, right? That the young people of our country were abused for partisan political purposes.
That's not what he said.
And you know,
That's not what he said.
the member,
Your point of order is going down an invalid manner.
The member's misleading. All right?
That's not what he
The
said.
member's misleading.
Can you please resume your seat? Senator Darren Pickstock, can you please continue your presentation?
What I said, if you want me to repeat it, I can. Okay?
Please proceed with your presentation.
Madam
Thank you.
President,
That's what I heard.
we do not have the luxury of pausing for however brief a second to pander to partisan politics, Madam President. These young people, the inheritors of these 700 islands, rocks, and keys, must be ready on day one to carry the nation forward, Madam President. Every PLP government from January 10th, 1967, has made education its special interest.
Yes, yes.
Every PLP government, Madam President. We had that unfortunate period between 2007 and 2012, when corruption was an epidemic in the educational focus, Madam President. Who here among us cannot remember the debacle of the construction disaster of Galvantine School under the FNM administration? Let's not forget, Madam President, that is it, corruption. Who here among us cannot recall the astronomical price tag, gouging, that attended simple, ordinary apparatus for science laboratories in our public school under the FNM administration? Yet, Madam President, we are looking up and we are moving on, Madam President. Permit me, Madam President, to implore the relevant ministries and administrations and teachers association and unions to reach consensus on the future of corporal punishment in our schools, Madam President. Madam President, permit me to implore the same, Madam President, for the stakeholders in our community on gender issues in our classroom facing us today, Madam President. Madam President, permit me to further, Madam President, to implore the security staff of our public and private schools to be on high alert to protect our young citizens, Madam President. Permit me to even go further, Madam President, to encourage our leaders, Madam President, our nation leaders, to visit our schools on a regular basis in order that they may encourage and mentor youth, our youth, on discipline, dispute reconciliation, and the general brotherhood of all Bahamians and residents on our shores, Madam President. Madam President, permit me further, Madam President, to support and encourage those professionals in urban development in the proper mentoring and training of our youth, Madam President. Respect must be mutual. Conflict must end. Every Bahamian, Madam President, and resident has a right to exist peacefully. Madam President, we cannot bury our heads in the sand. We have to face our issues so that we can move clearly into our future, Madam President. Let us resolve that on our watch, we will stamp out the emergence or existence of any gang-related activities in our schools, Madam President. Law and order and discipline, Madam President. We must have a no-tolerance zone for those who would seek to destabilize our young people, Madam President. Madam President, the world in which we wake up each morning is ever-changing. We must resolve to make our schools and education system the envy of the region, Madam President. Minister Hannah Martin is up to the task, Madam President. How dare any of us in this place, by our rhetoric, Madam President, or partisanship, cause our youth to go astray? Madam President, the education of our people, the University of the Bahamas, the government's commitment to in-service grants for further study, the presence of the international accredited learning institutions on our shores must be a beacon for progress and our fullest development, Madam President. It should always be remembered that the first majority-rule government of the Bahamas did not hesitate to make education the crème de la crème of its budgetary concerns and interests. The nation's early progressive leaders recognized that our only way out was to give our people the very best education. We could afford, and when that was insufficient, to go cap in hand to international lending agencies, Madam President, to get the financial support to build our schools, train and prepare our teachers, and provide the materials for curriculum. I pause here to pay tribute, Madam President, to a former PLP Minister of Education, Sir Cecil Wallace Whitfield, who was so engaged in seeing Bahamian children receive their maximum potential in the classroom. This minister recruited trained teachers from the United Kingdom, and in the decade of the 70s, full of ambition and the hope caused to be built schools such as Uriah McPhee and Stephen Dillon, Madam President, which introduce the team teaching concept to the nation and put primary school students from the inner city in modern air-conditioned classroom facilities. I am not a revisionist, Madam President. The current Minister of Education and Member of Parliament for Angliston is standing on the shoulders of her late father, the Honorable Arthur Dion Hanna, who also served as Minister of Education, and other legendary ministers of education like Livingston Coakley, Paul Adderley, Dr. Bernard J. Nottage, Ivy Dumont, and Sir Cornelius Smith, Madam President. These ministers were landmark in their portfolios, Madam President. Minister Hannah Martin appreciates that our schools must identify with a sense of place. That it is incumbent on us, Madam President, to commit to the appropriate financial investment to enhance and improve the fiscal state of our schools as an indispensable component for ensuring student performance and maintaining morale of administrators and teachers. Madam President, I quote the minister, and I quote, "Many of our schools have been in almost dilapidated conditions, and in some cases, painfully so. The fiscal state of some of the facilities has deteriorated to the point where it has become a hazard for students and teachers. In many cases, there are spalling concrete and corroded iron railing, Madam President. Many of our buildings are in excess of 50 years old. In this fiscal year, this aggressive approach to addressing the fiscal plan will continue as we pledge to address as best as we are able within the competing budgetary constraints the fiscal state of our schools, an ongoing and costly but very necessary undertaking," end quote, Madam President. This responsibility is not exclusive to the minister and the ministries. It is the sacred duty of every Bahamian to protect and guard what our taxpayers what our tax dollars are spent on, Madam President. Parents and their children or students are the lever which made our education system work and achieve success, as the teachers and administrators provide the environment and skills to take us to the highest levels, Madam President. It cannot be achieved selfishly, Madam President. It must be achieved with the mindset that no child will be left behind. Madam President, this may very well be our finest hour, Madam President. All hands on deck, Madam President. It takes a village to raise a child, and all of us must be villagers, Madam President. I say all of us must be villagers, Madam President. Madam President, this investment in the education of our youth should reap mass benefits of our nation, for our nation, Madam President. Let me sound the warning to those who think it is cute to be class clowns or playground pusherman or disruptors of others and violators of decency and decorum. We do not have time for giddy heads and those who cannot get off the naughty carpet of kindergarten, Madam President. Madam President, for 50 years, we have traveled, and the foolishness of yesterday is now consigned to the trash bin of history, Madam President. We are Bahamians, Madam President, skilled and trained and motivated to make the Fortune 500 list, develop modern life-saving technologies, Madam President, but be out front on artificial intelligence development, Madam President. New frontierism, Madam President, in tourism, development, and skill, and committed leaders to deepen our democracy, Madam President, and build a Bahamas where equality is not a mission, but a foregone conclusion. Madam President, sadly enough, the Prime Minister has occasion to commit comment on how crime levels impact our schools and our students. Prime Minister Davis and Education Minister Hannah Martin heard these despairing concerns from the young students of the Samuel McPherson High School on Blue Hill Road earlier this year, Madam President. The students questioned the Prime Minister on their safety and their concerns for their security, Madam President. Madam President, with so many anger issues abound and so many gun loose on our street and finding company with youth who are pulled on the dark side, Madam President, we shall share in the concerns of our students, Madam President. We are horrified when we hear of the violence in our northern neighbor, and we shudder to comprehend such tragedy at home, Madam President. Madam President, I am very pleased with the government's drive to put guidance counselors in our schools that are well trained and ready to alert and arrest the social issues which inflict and impact our youth. I want to encourage the professionals in the ministry to hold firm, Madam President, in this regard and advance the social science which trained counselors can provide, Madam President. Madam President, there is so much work to be done, and we have our hands full, Madam President. Every youth who falls through the crack, is injured, or dies as a result of violence serves up the burden on us to provide prevention and a duty of care, Madam President. The police presence in our school campus may need to expand to secure and these scenarios where violence are perpetrated on our youth outside of the school campus, Madam President. Madam President, finally on this point, Madam President, parents and guardians have a duty and a responsibility to teach their children how to respect their fellow men. Bullying cannot be tolerated, Madam President. We are spending millions of dollars to get our school plan to the highest comfortable levels for children to learn. Madam President, with this, Madam President, when our students question the Prime Minister, the Minister of Education, let their queries never have to be about their fear and concern, Madam President, for their personal safety at school, on the way to school, and on the way from school, Madam President. Madam President, with this, I would like to turn to health and wellness. I turn my attention now to health and wellness, Madam President. Madam President, the health of the nation, as the cliche goes, is the wealth and strength of the nation. The Dorian crisis and the pandemic drove home to all of us, the survivors, the value of life, the cost of health care, dignity for the dead and dying, and the national concerns, Madam President, to provide extensive medical care in the public sphere for our citizens and residents. Madam President, Dr. Michael Darville is our superstar, Madam President. Madam President, I say it again. Dr. Michael Darville is our superstar, Madam President. He is poetry in motion, Madam President, in his portfolio. I say it, he is poetry in motion in his portfolio, Madam President. Our nation's two largest metropolis, Madam President, Nassau and Freeport, are getting new public hospitals. Madam President, we are getting new public hospitals, Madam President. Yes. Madam President, the network of public clinics situated across the country with ease of access in every family island settlement with trained medical staff, Madam President. Dr. Darville and his administrative team have a mandate to right the wheel on national health insurance deliverables, Madam President. Overlapping or duplicity, Madam President, in the healthcare system, which pretends, Madam President, for such wastage and to move the NIB drug prescription plan to the National Insurance Authority, Madam President. Madam President, these are serious issues that face our country, Madam President. The cost of medical care in this country is very steep, Madam President. The government's historic commitment for national health insurance, which began under the previous PLP administration, might I add, led by the then Prime Minister Perry Gladstone Christie, and Deputy Prime Minister Philip Davis, Madam President, remains crowning jewels for the social safety network in health and wellness for Bahamian people, Madam President. Madam President, in 2023, the 2023-2024 budget provides for a total recurrent allocation of $348,049,484 for the health and wellness portfolio. Dr. Darville has explained, and I quote him, of this sum, the Public Hospital Authority receives $222,155,825, demonstrating, Madam President, a $10.3 million reduction compared to the last budget cycle due to the projected decreases in COVID-19 spending and other initiatives aimed at enhancing efficiencies across the board at all state-owned enterprises, Madam President. The budget allocation for the National Health Insurance Authority remain unchanged at $46,200,000, Madam President, with the passing of the National Health Insurance Bill, which will replace, Madam President, the 2016 NHI Act. The ministry must now get down to the serious work of fixing duplication and wastage and moving the NIB prescription drug plan to the National Health Insurance Authority. Madam President, streamlining healthcare. The minister said, and I quote, "This move is part of my ministry's healthcare strengthening strategy, outlined in the initial Synergist report that foreshadowed NHI as the funding engine for the country's universal health coverage model." We in healthcare believe this new policy decision will end the need for two pharmacies coexisting at our public clinics. This change would help to decentralize pharmacy services and eliminate the delays we are currently experiencing in getting drugs and medical supplies to our family islands on a timely basis. Madam President, a government that cares. There will be cost savings associated with this move that would be channeled to NHI, additional screening and diagnostic programs outlined in the new NHI bill. I end quote, Madam President. Madam President, Minister Darville pointed out that all funding issues for the catastrophic care from line item number 2251123 was approved. So I state that line item so my fellow senators on the other side who like to quote numbers and line items could go and look it up, Madam President, right? Was approved by way of cabinet, and a large portion of the catastrophic healthcare service line item was used to subsidize the ministry's $15+ million hemodialysis bill. Because of unforeseen medical conditions, and supplementary funding was provided necessary for this line item to support many newly diagnosed hemodialysis patients. Madam President, once again, the nation is demonstrating its commitment to making treatment and care available for catastrophic illness. Madam President, this is so important, Madam President. Minister Darville has also explained that on coming to his job in September of 2021, he found the I wing of the public hospital to be severely challenged. It is important, again, to quote the minister, we have to get it right, Madam President. We also had to relocate sick patients from the Princess Margaret Hospital to Doctors Hospital West for catastrophic care, to make essential repairs towards, and yes, to subsidize tertiary healthcare services for many Bahamians in need of catastrophic healthcare intervention, both in the private and public health care system, Madam President, setting for illnesses such as cancer, Madam President, COVID-19, Madam President, cardiovascular, neurovascular, and, Madam President, other catastrophic events. The majority of the money in this line item was spent in the country for specialty care. Madam President, Dr. Dowell said in coming to office, this government administration found a defunct, underfunded ophthalmology program was defunct and underfunded. The disastrous result was hundreds of patients being placed on long surgical waiting lists for cataract and retinal surgery, Madam President. Madam President, I quote again, Dr. Dowell, we immediately ordered essential equipment to support specialty care to address some of the current backlog, but more needs to be done. Let me assure these patients that funding will be allocated from this line item to address many needing immediately cataract and retinal surgery. And we intend to move swiftly to renovate the eye ward and the eye theater at the Princess Margaret Hospital, now that the foundation of that facility is repaired, end quote. And Madam President, we saw our nation leader touring the work at the Princess Margaret Hospital, Madam President. Again, a government that cares, Madam President. As a nation, we must show our appreciation for the personnel who serve in the healthcare industry. As a people, we also have to remember that they are people and not robots. And doctors, nurses, specialists, and staff need to be paid. We have come very far on the journey to national health insurance. We recall the dark days of the nightmare when the FNM and Hubert Ingram were returned to office in 2007. And the FNM's new health minister led the charge to shelve the national health insurance program. Very much like how the FNM in 1973, if you may recall, opposed national insurance. The FNM returned, Madam President, to its stop, cancel, and review political madness, Madam President. Madam President, it was the Bahamian people who suffered. I said it was the Bahamian people who suffered, Madam President. The FNM did a copycat of the Jamaican National Prescription Drug Program and felt comfortable that providing medicine for certain challenged sectors could offset the urgency of medical attention for catastrophic illnesses. And so, Madam President, the nation returned to the weekends of steak and chicken cookouts to pay for eye surgery, transfusions for kidney ailments, heart surgeries, diabetes ailments, and the whole range of infirmities, Madam President. Once again, sapping the dignity of the sick and challenged to have to go hand to beg for a dollar to stay alive, Madam President. Madam President, these are deep issues. These are deep-rooted issues that impact and affect families straight across our archipelago, Madam President. This history will be told to generations still to come and is well known by those who we will one day refer to as the voters. We will one day refer to them as the voters. The PLP, on returning to office in September, immediately provided free testing for COVID and opened the country and provided more access to specialization in the public health clinics for vaccines. We heard about the country having its first monkeypox patient this month, and it would stand to reason that the ministry was well prepared to treat the patient and mitigate any prevailing circumstances, Madam President. Let's not forget, Madam President, Madam President, the previous administration, F&M administration, has this unique distinction, Madam President, of having had 2 ministers of health in less than 4 years. Can you imagine? 2 ministers of health in less than 4 years. Less than 4 years. And both ministers finding themselves, Madam President, under intense public scrutiny and disfavored for distasteful, self-serving acts while in office, Madam President. There are those who would want to whitewash these facts. I know, they're right here sitting among us, Madam President, and act as if we can bleach out the newspaper headlines and the parliamentary debates which peered into these curious, Madam President, into these curious misbehaviors, I call them. Madam President, the Bahamian people are watching, and they have not forgotten, Madam President. If we in this place act as if we are here to sweep stuff under the rug, Madam President, then can we blame the people for losing trust in government? Can we blame them, Madam President? Madam President, those serving in office today must also be reminded that the responsibility of high office comes with personal responsibility and principle, Madam President. The Health and Wellness Minister, Dr. Davil, has also brought several regional health forums to the Bahamas, and his exchange for our health professionals is quite notable, Madam President. Our health professionals are some of the most highly and well-trained in the world, Madam President. The Prime Minister and the Health Minister have also weighed in on the organ transplant legislation and initiative, Madam President. Even in a passing on a better quality of life can be passed on to a patient in need of an organ, Madam President. This is groundbreaking, Madam President. I just don't want to sort of glide over this because this is an important factor to preserve life, Madam President. The organ transplant legislation. And I have here sitting opposite, Madam President, our good Attorney General, Madam President, who has done a stellar job in bringing legislation to Parliament, Madam President. Madam President, Madam President, the government is working. Madam President, legislation, Madam President, create culture. Legislation create culture, Madam President. And the Attorney General and his team at the AG's office is doing a stellar job, Madam President, and he must be congratulated, no matter what side of the fence you're on. Madam President, even in passing, Madam President, the country is also reminded about its diet. Eating healthy to stay healthy, exercise, and good mental health, Madam President. We have passed several pieces of legislation in this place which account for these ideas, Madam President. Madam President, I would submit that we are in a good place in health and wellness in our 50th year of independence, Madam President. And I thank the Honorable Dr. Michael Davil. Madam President, the Prime Minister has been recognized in the New York Times as the true regional leader on the front line of shaping and orchestrating world sensitivities to climate change. The Prime Minister has made us all keenly aware of the threat rising sea levels caused by the warming of the earth from fossil fuels and other bad acts will have on the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. We are directly challenged. We know the horror of the horrors on the morning after Dorian had ramshacked Abaco, Madam President. Climatologists warn that even Dorian was not the worst of the worst. We must give support to the Prime Minister's mission. I hope we can move away from the nonsense argument about government travel and when the Prime Minister is out of the country on official business, Madam President. We need to face the crisis of rising sea levels with a serious face, Madam President. We need the world to hear our plea for help, Madam President. We need the developed world to cut down on their emissions and their fossil fuel in order for the Bahamas to exist. I cannot say it any clearer than that, Madam President. The world has recognized that Prime Minister Davis is leading the charge, Madam President. The Bahamian people, the FNM, PLPs, Baptists, Rastas, young and old, Madam President, should join him in unreservedly as he puts our case to the world. Madam President, we do or we die, Madam President. Madam President, the loss of a true national hero and a patriot with the passing of the Honorable George A. Smith, whom has laid to rest on Friday past, Madam President. I will always treasure his wise counsel, Madam President, and his agile and intellectual mind. George embodied what a true Bahamian should be all about. At times, Madam President, life was not always fair to him, Madam President, but he never showed rancor, Madam President, never displayed contempt and impertinence. He could work between any political line while maintaining his integrity on his beliefs and ideologies. He was also a Christian, a good Roman Catholic, Madam President. Madam President, I commend the Nassau Guardian for their print coverage of Mr. Smith's state-recognized service, Madam President. Madam President, may George Smith's soul rest in peace. Amen. Madam President, this is the historic budget, which is a line in the sand on our first 50 years as an independent nation. Regrettably, in my humble opinion, the official opposition is still in a deathlock, Madam President, on its failing, and knee-bending agenda on independence 50 years ago. Remember, independence was okay by the FNM, but there was this horrific and nauseating caveat, but not at this time, Madam President. For progressive nation builders and liberals, spirits can identify with the concept, justice delayed is justice denied, Madam President. When will the time ever be ready for the official opposition, Madam President? Wait, break the wagon down, Madam President. Here, we are in debate on this historic budget in such a historic time, and the official opposition has lifted their 51-year-old mantra from the dustbins of history to debunk the national budget and cast cynicism, Madam President, on the disingenuous hyperbole because they refuse to reinvent themselves, Madam President. Wow. Thousands of Bahamians all over this country, Madam President, recognize that the epoch of the first 50 years has not been easy and not without much tears, struggle, lives lost in service, and to the nation and disappointment, Madam President. Yet the people have hope in a better tomorrow and a better day for themselves and their children, Madam President. How dare anyone continue to use political office to visit doom and gloom on the proud and sovereign people, Madam President, who have toiled selflessly, Madam President, to get us to the first 50 years. And there are those among us, Madam President, right among us, Madam President, who would want to reward that with tales of fear, jealousy, hate, malfeasance, favoritism, and a failing state. How dare you, on the occasion of our 50th anniversary of the birth of this nation, refuse to mature up and live up to the words of Mr. Gibson's national anthem? March on together. Will together please sink in? Will together please sink in, Madam President? It was on, Madam President, it was on my walk tour in Carmichael, a popular shopping center, Madam President, 2 weeks ago, and the same topic came up. Why is it that the official opposition, let me rephrase, the Free National Movement have embedded into its DNA a stern and unyielding determination to stand on the banks of history, Madam President, and attempt to stop the flow of the oncoming tide, Madam President. A fellow said, "We got to be all together now," one fellow said. The US mad with us over China. Another woman said, "This time is time for unity. It's the hurricane season," another woman said. Well, we all know about climate change and the challenges we face. An older guy pumped in his 5 cents. The F&M say they all together, but they never all together on anything important, Madam President. They fight the Defense Force, they fight national insurance, they fight bend or break in Freeport, and when they govern, it's the foreigners who tell the F&M what to do, Madam President. Let's not forget, Madam President. Madam President, let's not forget. I'm thinking, Madam President, now about the 11 and the 12-year-olds of today. June 2023, home from school on summer holiday, recognizing this historic event of the first 50th year, Madam President, about to dawn upon us, and asking themselves, Madam President, some very pivotal questions. What do I want for my country? What do I want for my school? What do I want for my parents? What do I want for my community? Will I grow up to be anything? Will the crime dissipate and guns which are not sold or made in the Bahamas disappear off our streets and communities? Will my sister or my aunt or my mother have to contend with a violent relationship? Will one sector of society stop behaving as if they are the moral judges of all of us and just live out the golden rule and respect every individual's legal and human rights? When will my mother, who was born here and fall within the ambit of the law, get her citizenship papers? Is my island safe to live on with all this talk about rising sea levels? Will I grow up to have equal opportunities to compete for government contracts and economic opportunities in my country? Can we and hear more leaders talk to us about our common brotherhood and respect for each other and our environment? Will fronting be outlawed in businesses? Bahamians not have to compete with foreign interests to own businesses downtown, a mom and pop shop or restaurant, tourism, culture, enterprises, a food store or liquor store? Madam President, these are the prevailing concerns and issues. This is what Arthur Dion Hanna meant when he said, we must wipe the tear from every eye, Madam President, every single eye. But sadly, Madam President, what we do, we get from the other side. Stark, doom, and gloom. The Prime Minister said the official opposition has a serious aversion to good news, Madam President. A serious aversion to good news. Rather than lift up the troubled souls of the nation with messages of hope and resilience and assist in building the Bahamian dream, our people have to be used for political cannon fodder to achieve selfish political brownie points, Madam President. And I cry shame on them, Madam President, for having the temerity on the occasion of the nation's 50th independence anniversary countdown to dare to deliver their strain of hopelessness and despair and helplessness, Madam President. Madam President, there are no dummies in this place. I repeat, Madam President, there are no dummies in this place. Every body and mind in here is quite capable of critical analysis, Madam President. The nation knows this. This is not a theater to get up and show how proud one is in spinning the facts or obscuring the issues or blending cynicism into national tapestry, Madam President. This budget debate should find us all on one page, Madam President, in prayer and faith that we got it right and we are ready for the journey to the new frontier and the next 50 years, Madam President. Madam President, the case against the F&M and its duplicity rings best in the debate, which is now engulfing the nation on the relevance and responsibility, duty and debt to the public purse of the Grand Bahama Port Authority under the Hawkesbury Creek Agreement. The Prime Minister and the Minister of Social Services and Foreign Affairs are among those who has offered a solution through full and frank dialogue on the way forward for Freeport and the areas covered under the Hawkesbury Creek Agreement. No one in this place, and I challenge anyone in this place, can with clean heart and honest face not recognize that the Grand Bahama Port Authority has been weighed in the balance and found wanting, Madam President. The government of the day has repeatedly said the Port Authority is in urgent need of introspection, Madam President. It can be proven that the central government has been carrying the water for the Port Authority for many years, and items prescribed in the Hawkesbury Creek Agreement, which are essential to the economic and social order of the city of Freeport, have been ignored while the central government closed and filled the gaps, Madam President. Madam President, we cannot just sit idly by and let it continue to crumble, or do we move with a quiet dispatch to find a common ground? Madam President, the other side seems to still not have weaned itself off of the nipples of their ventriloquists and have sought to muddy the water and protect the interests of you know who.
That's unparliamentary.
Madam President, now no one should be surprised. Madam President, can I get more time?
I said that, yeah? You've
Yeah,
been
10
up a long
minutes.
time. That's unparliamentary.
Yes, Madam President.
Ask for
Yes, Madam President.
Ask for it.
Madam President, may I please request 5 more minutes to complete my 10 more minutes, I beg your pardon, to complete my debate,
I can
my
give
contribution.
I can give you 5 more minutes.
Thank you very much,
It's
Madam.
been a long day. Thank you.
Now, no one should be surprised by someone said to me, but I disagree with the reasoning, Madam President. The Prime Minister remained in that other place on Monday, or remind us in that other place on Monday, Madam President, that on coming to office in 2017, the Free National Movement in government brought legislation to Parliament which would have skewered all of the amendments which have been made over the years to the Hawkesbury Creek Agreement, Madam President.
Senator, just pondering over the term you used earlier. I won't have to ask you to withdraw that. It's a bit sexist.
Which of that?
You
Madam?
said the nipples of a ventriloquist?
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, I withdraw those words, Madam.
Yes,
Madam
I think it's
President.
best you withdraw that.
Yes, ma'am.
You can read it again. if you
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Amendments which have been made over the years. The Hawkesbury Creek Agreement and return to the agreement back to its original post-1950s animus. The proposed legislation by Hubert Minnis-led F&M government stank to high heavens, Madam President. It demonstrated again for all and sundry who was the dummy and who was the ventriloquist, Madam President. The legislation was so nauseating to the national public good that the former F&M Prime Minister Hubert Ingram openly chastised the F&M government for wanting to take the Hawkesbury Creek Agreement back to the colonial period, Madam President. It has been suggested that after business leaders in Freeport, and yes, PLP leaders of the opposition, Philip Davis, registered strong aversion to this most despicable of shameless political prostitution, that the Minnis government backed off, Madam President. For those who are not familiar with the former Prime Minister Ingram's remark on this topic back then, I am advised it is clearly set out in his autobiography, I say what I mean, and I mean what I say. But Madam President, we must dig a little deeper in the dollhouse. The split in the PLP in the 1970s was largely predicated on the Pindling's bend or break speech in Freeport. The historians and journalists of today already weighed in on the association of the dissident aide with the port and Sir Jack Haywood. For years, we got this mythical story about the Genesis and the dissident aide and their crocodile tears story about why they could no longer remain in the PLP. In my opinion, and I challenge any historian or journalist to a debate wherever, whenever, on the facts that the interests of the Grand Bahama Port Authority and its sacrosanct protection of the Hawkesbury Creek Agreement was the sole driving factor behind the split created the Free PLP and eventually the Free National Movement. Nothing untoward about those facts, nothing sinister, unpatriotic or sinister. The FNM was born out of the fundamental argument in the PLP government over the controls of the Grand Bahama Port Authority and the Hawksbill Creek Agreement on the social and economic order in Freeport. I hear grumbling, so I have to do Grand Bahama Port Authority History Lesson 101 for those who are not aware. I will move fast. Let's get past Wallace Groves and Stafford Sands and the UBP party, the white merchant oligarchy, which held sway in the colony of the Bahama Island for more than 300 years. The UBP became the political moniker of this oligarchy when party politics was first introduced in the Bahamas by the PLP in 1956. Madam President, here in the words of a former member of Parliament for the seat in Grand Bahama, the Honorable Kendall Nottage, and easy, verifiable facts, Madam President. The history, Madam President, is there for all of us to see. Madam President, I am stopping by to tell our colleagues here in this place that there is also script which says one must rebuke a parent who drives you to anger and confusion and frustration. No one forgets that about face of the FNM government in 2018 when Minister of Finance signaled real property tax persuasions for high-end communities. One letter from Lyford Key and the whole FNM government caught amnesia, Madam President. Figure that one out when it came down to the FNM government's treacherous stab in the back to the voters when within months of taking office in 2017 and after promising so much reform on the country's tax structure and value-added tax. Madam President, all it took from Lyford Key was one letter. Madam President, we look back at a not so distant time when the competent authority was locking men and boys up and girls, Madam President. We look back at a not so distant time when the competent authority refused, I'm bringing this home now, Madam President, to find consensus, the bleak aftermath of Dorian and during the pandemic, and whilst his two ministers of health fell on their swords, Madam President. We look back at a time when life in the Bahamas stopped, no cruise ships, no jets, no heads in hotel beds, and all of lockdown and waiting to be fed by an elitist group who prior to their lucrative food feeding projects had no reason to wander off West Bay Street or the Eastern Road. Madam President, we got our country back in time to celebrate our 50th anniversary as a people who did not hesitate to say independence now, Madam President. We can wait no longer. This 2023-2024 national budget is the flight plan to start the first leg of our journey to the next 50 years. Madam President, I support this budget because I support unequivocally the good and stable governance that the Prime Minister and the entire cabinet and his team has brought back to this country. Thank you, Madam President.
I didn't want to interrupt the applause, the all-important applause. As many?
Madam President, before I move to suspension,
Firstly, just want to thank Senator Darren Pickstock for your contribution to the budget debate. Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michael Alcides.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, before I move to suspension, I would just like to thank all senators who contributed today for their contributions. I think it was a very, very spirited and informative debate today, and we have made very, very good progress, Madam President. We had 10 senators make their contributions today, and so beginning tomorrow at 10 a.m., Senator Kirk Russell will give his contribution, followed by Senator Darren Henfield, who will be the lead speaker on behalf of the side opposite, and then the Attorney General who will speak, and he will be the final speaker, Madam President, and at that time, we anticipate going to the committee stage approximately, hopefully around 3 o'clock, if not earlier. And so, Madam President, I move that the business of the Senate be suspended until 10 a.m. on Thursday, the 29th of June, 2023.
Is there a seconder?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the business of the House is suspended until 10 a.m. the 29th of June, 2023. As many as in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The business of the Senate is suspended until the 29th of June, 10 a.m., 2023.